On tonight's agenda, the first one on Brunswick School, Mr. Fox has been recused, but he's an alternate on this anyhow. And item number 9, Whole Foods, has been postponed.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Ted O'Hanlon from Robinson and Cole.
Say good morning.
Say good morning? I apologize. Good evening.
It's all right.
A
It's
long,
all right, we did not catch it, so that's it.
long day. Thank you. I'm here on behalf of Brunswick School, and Kathleen Harrington, the business manager of the school, is here. This is a request under the special legislation enacted in the face of the recession to allow schools that are, to allow entities, and particularly intended for not-for-profits and schools that have obtained permits to extend the time.
You might talk into the microphone if you would, please.
Thank you. To allow entities that obtained zoning approvals to extend the time, the expiration date. So what we're here, this is the second time that Brunswick has been here to ask for an extension under this, relief under this statute. And it relates to the site plan for the upper school on Morrow Avenue. And we're asking that the time be extended through December 12th, 2020, which would be the maximum time allowed under that statute. They will have exhausted any relief available if they haven't completed their the improvements called for under that site plan by that time. But
Comments, commissioners?
Even though this is a sort of a discretionary thing because the 9 years is going to be up in December. So I think you're asking for the full 14 years, is that correct?
that's correct.
I think that's reasonable. I would support that, given that no construction has started on the site yet.
No,
So
no,
Why do you figure it's reasonable?
it's reasonable because, number one, it's going to expire in December anyway, so why extend the period to December to its expiration date? He's here this evening for it. And if something hasn't started, it's a fairly large project, and you can figure that there's at least 2.5 years of construction, maybe more because it's phasing around a building.
particularly on that site.
And
yeah.
this is the last construction, and it goes to being, the project's supposed to be complete within this time.
Right.
So, based on that, I would move the approval of the extension.
Any comments?
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next is final subdivision, 64 Hawthorne Street North.
We're just getting Mr. Fox also, Mr. Heller.
I'm sorry?
Going to get Andy.
Yeah, please. Oh, hold on 1 minute. Okay. Okey doke.
Okay. As you all well know, I've been before you. Oh, sorry. I've been before you a few times in connection with this application, and slightly different iterations, but substantially the same as the plan that you can see prepared by Mr. DeAndrea, our engineer, who's here this morning. This morning. I guess it is morning, Ted, this evening. And there's been a fair amount of discussion, I presume internally, within this commission and its attorney and town planner, and there has been a substantial amount of research done, and as you know, opinions provided and responses provided to questions to you by myself and my office, specifically Mr. Bristol. Our position remains on essentially the penultimate issue here, which is whether or not, in terms of the existing zoning status, not ownership status, but zoning status of the subject property, there exists 1 or 2 parcels of land. And I'm sure you've all read our opinion, so I don't have to repeat it. I do want to submit to you a supplement to my July 27th letter, which laid out the rationale under the Field Point Circle case as to why really there's no other conclusion to be made other than that we have 2 lots. Purpose of the supplement is just to point out, which we reference just in general under the regulations, zoning regulations, that a conclusion by the commission that to the effect that a private road created by easement that bisects a parcel of land does not separate that parcel of land into 2 lots. And on the other hand, finds that is the commission finds that the street setbacks are required to be maintained by the owner from that private road. In effect, will result in a number of conflicts with, or certainly material inconsistencies with, a number of provisions of the zoning regulations, from the definition of lot to the definition of frontage, rear lot, front side setback, side setback, no matter what it is, and there are about a dozen or so here, probably more, that I want to submit for the record, where it's so obvious that when it comes to reconciling your decisions, that if that type of decision with the regulations produces such inconsistencies that it's unfathomable to me that any rational person would think that that is something that can be maintained or sustained in a court that will review your decision with respect to this particular interpretation. Impossible, just impossible. Take corner lot, for example. There's a specific definition of corner lot. If you have a road and you have a parcel of land that has a one lot on one side, and then you have an intersection, and that's another road on one side, and then a road on a perpendicular there of 90 degrees, by definition, you've created a lot which is by definition, but which furtherance of that definition can only be construed to be a corner lot. You have the same issue when it comes to a through lot. You have the same issue specifically when it comes to setbacks from a street that specifically provide that there's to be open space between a street and the buildings. All consistent with the findings in the Field Point Circle case. However, again, insofar as I'm concerned, I believe it's academic. There's no issue. I respect your opinions. If your opinions are different, it's not a matter for me to ultimately judge whether your opinions are correct. It's something that will be determined by a different authority. If you rule against us, obviously, under our appeal provisions, our next venue would be the Board of Appeals. Hopefully it won't come to that. Hopefully you'll take a step back. I think you do have some time to render a decision after you close this hearing and realize that, in effect, what you'd be doing is rendering an inconsistent opinion with the regulations.
I'd like to correct you on one thing.
Yes.
There is no time after this. This is not in the public hearing. This is a site plan in the regular meeting. It's a must decide tonight.
That's correct.
If you must decide tonight,
That's correct.
I know you must close tonight. If you must decide, you must decide. It's fine. It's understandable. Again, I'm going to submit this for the record because I think it's important. Follow on to what we had indicated to you last week in terms of the potential conflicts and inconsistencies if you were to make
I
render
think
such
it's a
a
little
ruling.
unfair of you to submit in this evening a rather lengthy document. It looks to be a lengthy document.
No, it's
There's
not.
multiple copies.
It's multiple copies. It's actually one page.
The
And-
other
and-
thing is, Mr.
It's
Tessie,
actually one page, and just to finish the response quickly, it's just one page, and it makes the point in the opening paragraph that here are the following sections that we believe would be the inconsistencies. The rest is just copies of the regulation. So it's one paragraph letter. That's all it is.
Mr. Tessie, the other thing is, you're doing something just procedurally that feels really awkward to me. you're taking the questions that were asked and the points that were made in the briefing session, and you are treating them as if they are part of the hearing tonight, as if we've already discussed this. And I mean, you kind of jumped into the middle, well, if this is the way you're going to vote, I'm taking it to the.
No. If I wanted to say, let me make this clear. Yeah, it's interesting you said that. No, let me answer you.
So
'cause
I'd like you to start from the beginning,
No.
and let's pretend that you didn't say.
I didn't say that. What I specifically said, I didn't say you've prejudged this application, didn't use that word once. And I don't.
No, I don't mean that. I just mean
I-
procedurally, like, somebody here could be wanting to know what you're talking about. If somebody wasn't at our briefing yesterday,
This
they
is a-
wouldn't know where you're coming from right now.
This is irrespective of your briefing. It has nothing to do with your briefing.
Okay.
What I did, I heard about it, but as I said, this is a supplement to our July 27th letter where we speak in general terms that we believe that if you were to rule the way I stated, that is that in fact this is one parcel of land bisected by a road, still one parcel of land, although it's bisected by a road by easement, and yet in terms of what that easement is, you're recognizing it to be a road and requiring setbacks, that would be your finding. Okay, if that were the case, as I indicated in my letter of July 27th, we thought that would result in some inconsistencies. I think I quoted the court, bizarre results when you look at certain other provisions of the regulations, and I specifically cited the coverage regulation. All I did was supplement it and say, and I indicated there are others. I just supplemented some of the others. That's all I did. It had nothing to do with how you're thinking.
We asked. Yeah.
But I thought it would be helpful, since I indicated that generally there were inconsistencies, to actually specify other regulations, just in my humble opinion, that I think would be hard to reconcile with that decision. It's been a long, no pun intended, long road here. For sure, for such a short road, it's been a long road. And I know you're all kind of, tired of hearing it, and so I'm not here to argue. I'm here just to present our case in a very short and sweet fashion, consistent with what I've said, right along, I believe. I respect your position no matter what it is, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, because I think other than this, well, not so minor issue, obviously, when it comes to this matter, I think all other aspects of this application have been resolved. From talking about the physical aspects, we were asked to increase the width of the driveway or the road to 30 feet between the last meeting in May and now, and Mr. DeAndrea has done that. That resulted in a lessening of the open space area, and we were asked by the just physically, there's only so much land when you make that increase. And we specifically, Mr. DeAndrea, worked with the engineering division. I believe even the staff comments noted that the engineering division was, quote, happy with, our lack of a better word, happy with what was proposed from a drainage and configuration and access standpoint. So that was all worked out here. There's no question, but I think it's irrelevant for these purposes, that the southern lot, and our position, in terms of its development, potential development in the future, would certainly require Board of Appeals variances on our quote, street side yard and side yard. But that's a question of the Board of Appeals to determine whether or not there is hardship. We think there clearly is, because it's pre-existing if we get that far. There was a comment made in the staff report suggesting if this commission were to approve the application, not suggesting to approve the application, but if it were to approve the application, that perhaps site plan review of each of the lots, or particularly the south lot, would be in order. We don't have any problem with that. We fully appreciate that, and certainly that's something that this commission has imposed on or made modifications in a decision to with respect to development. So we can do all that. This isn't about the physical capabilities of the properties. This is all about the legal point of the the matter here, having to do with the creation of the what we view to be clearly two parcels back
Okay.
literally in the 1800s. Thank you.
Could you put up the existing plan? The existing survey?
Is it here? The existing, which plan? You mean existing survey?
Your existing plot showing the outlines of this parcel of land
Oh,
before
yeah, yeah.
it gets subdivided, or
Let me see. Yeah,
Should
is it
be
here?
that
Tony
one.
prepared the board, so I don't know if it's.
should be the one that's just coming up.
Where is it? There it is. Yes, okay.
This is a single parcel of land that you own in fee, is that correct?
I was going to say, I wish I owned it personally, but
I'm
probably
not
not.
sure.
Yes, it's a single parcel. It is owned entirely in fee.
Okay.
Absolutely.
We had a lot of the discussions in the past, we were searching for, since there was this mystery right-of-way on the property, since it didn't seem to be covered in past deeds and so forth, what was the relevance of that as to your proposal that this lot is already subdivided and in fact is not a single parcel? So your statement of that is, of course, inconsistent with the drawing that you've presented to us, which is based on a map called 8651, I believe, that was filed on the Greenwich Land Records, which showed this as a complete parcel. So this is a parcel of land that is not subdivided by anything, and there's no record of that anywhere, that this is a multiple parcel land, which you then assert in the future. It is a single parcel land which has got a right-of-way across it. Based on our regulations, based upon at least my reading of Field Point, is the right-of-way, the land within the right-of-way must be subtracted from the main parcel for purposes of lot size and any frontages and so forth. So if you took this parcel of land, which is 29,253 in square footage, and you subtracted out the right-of-way, which you've identified in future drawings as parcel J, it comes up to 4441, and if you subtract that, that comes to 28,812. That's your net parcel on this piece of property. You wish now to create 3 lots on this subdivision, on this parcel of land. Now, each of those lots was perfectly laid out and so forth, is 7,500 square feet, which is 22,500. There's a 15% open space required of 3,722, giving you a net requirement of 26,222. In other words, to do even the most perfect layout whatsoever, you would need 26,222. You've only got 24,812. So to come before us for a 3-lot subdivision, since it is by your own drawings and by the statement from your title company, dated, actually there's 2 dates on the report of March 24th, and as recently as July 1st on the second page, that very clearly this is a single parcel of land, because that strip of the right-of-way, which has been in question since you almost made your first presentation here, is by your own title company's assertion a part of this land. It has never been conveyed out in fee to anyone.
I'm just waiting for you to finish. My goal is to be very polite this evening.
Well, like I say, it seems to me that the project fails immediately because you don't have enough land to do a 3-lot subdivision from what is now a single lot with a right-of-way across. And the consistency, you ask in one of your letters, I believe, for consistent interpretations of the parcels where there is a right-of-way running across a single property. There are 2 of them where we very specifically found that land cannot be included in the overall property. We did not find in either of them that it created an active subdivision, because the owner would still own land across the road, across the right-of-way. So we didn't find subdivision, but we did find that land must be removed from the main parcel, and it can't be counted towards lot area. That being the case, it's impossible to create a 3-lot subdivision, just by the numbers alone, assuming everything is perfect.
Okay. First of all, there's a major difference between title and zoning regulations and subdivision regulations.
Well, no,
Owning a-
I'm only
may-
going to
may-
the, I'm only going to
may-
title for just the fact
Let
that it's a
me
parcel.
make my point. A very simple point. The very simple point is this, that the very simple point is this. There's no question that title of this property rests in one single person and has for over 100 years. There's no question that there is an easement over this property, and that easement, by any definition, by anyone's definition, but specifically yours, if you're going to subtract that, your only right to subtract, from the only right that the zoning enforcement would have to subtract that land area would be if that easement were found to be a road. So you've admitted that.
No, sir, that is not correct.
Oh, yes, yes, if we look at.
We have a
if-
definition
We have a definition of floor area.
which simply says.
Lot area.
Yes.
Yes, I have the definition
Yep.
here, and it specifically provides that if there's a private road or way, okay, then any portion of a lot within a private road or way must be subtracted from the land area, just as Mr. Maitland said. There's no vehicle under your regulations except that particular provision when it comes to zoning to deduct land. In other words, I'm agreeing with, I'm only saying I agree with them. I'm not arguing with them. I'm agreeing with them. That's what it says. It has to be.
Our section says, excluding that land, this is 6-5.
Yes.
23.
Right,
The definition of floor area ratio.
right.
Excuse me. Excluding that land over which a right-of-way for a private road exists.
Exactly what I said. I agree. That's the point I'm making. So if the right-of-way, okay, for a private road exists, it's a private road. It's a simple point.
It's a right-of-way.
Oh, my God. I'm not going to
We're just going to stick to what is on all your documents.
We're going to stick to the facts and the law. You're going to make your decision, and we're all going to move on in whatever direction depending on your decision. I'm responding to Mr. Maitland's point. It doesn't matter if this, as a matter of zoning regulations, okay? It doesn't matter that title to this entire property is in a single person. That's irrelevant. I've said from day one that this parcel had a road through it. It was in single ownership. I've said from day one the road was not owned by Mr. forget the man's name, Rich, but rather it was an easement, but there was some confusion in a deed back in the early 1900s. The purpose of that letter was to basically confirm what I said. Yes, it was a single parcel because that land was never conveyed out to Mr. Rich. It was by easement only. These are all the facts. My point to you is that by referring to title, you're not addressing the issue. The issue is whether or not that road, and it cannot be, if it's a right-of-way for a private road, it's a road. That's the whole purpose. And as I indicated earlier, when I first started this, this whole line, I pointed out, if you're going to treat that as a road, and you're going to require setbacks from the road, just as you did in those other two cases, then that's a road, and it should be a road for all purposes under the regulations. And when you start to look at other provisions, such as corner lot, you start to look at the definition of frontage, when you start to look at the definition of front yard setback and street side yard, there's no way you can get around the fact that that road creates a barrier between those the south and the north portions of this parcel of land. The barrier being there's a lot on the left and a lot on the right.
But there's no prohibition against your applicant still owning that land and using it in one of the, you could make an oversized lot or something like that. I mean, there's nothing to say that you can't develop under the regulations, the Hawthorne side of the site. mean,
Absolutely. We have made, make it clear, there was another point you made. We're simply asking for a two-lot subdivision on that portion of the property that's located to the right of that private street, private road.
But you can't.
I've said that. I can do that. You can deny it, but I certainly can make the application.
No.
Okay? I made the application, and I based it on the regulations and based it upon the simple fact that that is a road. We've
Mr. Tessie,
spent way
your
too much time on this subject. I don't think there's ever been a consensus disagreement by this commission. Excuse me for 1 second. I don't mean to be impolite. But I think for the majority of this commission, I don't see how you can do it, would have to, if you're going to call it a road for one purpose, you should call it the road for all purposes. Now, if somehow you think you can make that distinction, which is apparently is what you're doing, well, that's what horse races are all about. We disagree, and that may have to find its way into the court for reconciliation. Obviously, I don't believe the court would agree with you, but maybe it will. We'll find out.
Okay.
Mr. Maitland, are you done?
Yeah.
Mr. Tessie,
Yes.
you've given us 3 memos. 2 were written by Mr. Bristol. 1 was written by you. All 3 of them say the same thing.
Right.
And they say that this is 3 parcels of land, and that is what is not correct. So your legal argument is premised on a statement repeated in all of them, which is contradicted by this document you gave us, Legal Title Services, LLC, and the manager and counsel for that entity, Mr. Sanfilippo, wrote you a 2-page opinion, which you submitted to us a year and a half after you got it, but you did finally submit it to us. And it says that, and I'm going to read, there was a legal error made by a lawyer who prepared a deed. Is that correct?
I believe someone, I don't know if the lawyer prepared it, I can't say a lawyer prepared it, but that deed created in the early 1900s that made it seem that it was land of rich was not correct, and I've said that for over a year.
Okay. But your letter opinion arguments all say that this is 3 lots.
No, sir. No,
As
no, ma'am. No, ma'am. Let me just be clear, since you're
her
saying what I
finish,
said.
please.
Well, I just want to
Let her
respond to
finish
the
sentence.
point.
Let her finish the sentence.
Oh, I thought you
So,
did.
I'm going to read from this. It
ahead.
appears the drafter of these deeds interpreted the original granting of the right-of-way in the deed recorded at volume 61 at page 348 as a conveyance of the 30-foot wide parcel. No conveyance of the fee of the granted 30-foot right-of-way was found of record. Is that all correct?
It's absolutely correct. I've been saying that for over a year.
This opinion says, conclude that the 30-foot right-of-way is not a separate and distinct parcel running through the premises, but rather a part of the premises as a whole parcel.
I agree 100% with that.
That is at odds with what you
No,
wrote in
no,
3
no, it is not.
letters.
Absolutely,
You talked
absolutely it is not.
repeatedly, Mr. Tessie, about 3 parcels.
Absolutely not.
Are you saying you didn't say those words?
Absolutely not. What I've said totally consistently, 100% consistently, is that this is a road. That easement is a road. It separates 2 other parcels. So the road is treated by the zoning commission as a separate chunk of land. As you said, it gets subtracted out. It's not part of the lot. You
Mr.
subtract it out. But let me finish my point.
Mr. Tessie, let me ask you another question.
Yes.
If there was a plot of land and there was a right-of-way through it,
Yes.
and there wasn't an effort being made to subdivide it, and you were asked to run FAR calculations, would you exclude that right-of-way?
That right-of-way were a private road, then of course it needs to be excluded under our zoning regulations.
And would you claim that everything on the other side of that right-of-way was a separate lot?
Absolutely. It has to be.
Mr. Tessie,
That's
I
what your
would imagine
regulations-
that there are a great many filed maps in this town, surveys, that include that kind of a description for property. And it is absolutely automatic that the land is excluded, but it does not create 2 lots.
That is where we differ, okay? And that is where we differ.
So,
Under the
Mr.
zoning
Tessie-
let's make it clear.
Yep.
Because there's a difference between a lot in the sense of a chunk of land owned by one person. So is that a lot, is that a parcel that's owned by one person? Okay, that's title. Next, you get involved with the issue of, well, under the zoning regulations, what is it? And that was an issue decided, albeit under different regulations, in of course, the Bankers Trust case. And it was also then the same type of issue was in the Field Point case. But the point being that it was, in both cases, and in your regulations, a distinction is made when it comes to zoning versus ownership as to what one has on his or her property in terms of developability and how it's developed. And this is the point I've been trying to make, but I obviously haven't done a good job. It's not about title. It's about your zoning regulations and how your zoning regulations looks at various aspects of a parcel of land. Wetlands looks at it, if we have wetlands, you're going to have a certain setback. Okay, there are certain provisions of wetlands regulations. In zoning, we're going to have the certain issues in this particular town as to what we do and what we don't do. We can have a parcel of land, if you have a rear access way, and this was brought up by the court in the Field Point Circle case, that you can subtract out that portion of the land that's within the access way and not count it for zoning lot area. When it came to the issue of a roadway, that led to obviously the Field Point Circle case, which specifically said we're not even going to look at Bankers Trust. We're going to look at the Greenwich regulations. We're going to see how, what happens if we go along with the argument that the road should not count and compare it to the rest of the regulations. And we find that that's totally inconsistent. Doesn't make any sense to us. It's not logical because we look at the setback
Mr.
provisions for
Tessie?
front yard. May I please finish?
That court did not say it was totally inconsistent. It said that it tracked through a great many of our regs and
Yes.
found them to have a consistent pattern. And that consistent pattern was to exclude any right-of-way.
It's a consistent
Purposes
no,
of
the
lot
consistent.
size?
Mrs. Raymer, you're coming to controvert me and saying the same thing I'm saying. So I don't really understand why you have to interrupt me to controvert me when I agree with everything you said. Except I'm saying that to find that the road was not what was not to be excluded, that's within the parcel, was inconsistent with the regulations because the court found a consistent pattern, I agree with you, in the regulations, which if we were going to be consistent in our decision, means you exclude the road. Totally agree with you. I agree with that point, and that's the point I was making. So too, a corollary to that is follow the logic. The court's already recognized you take it out. You've codified it in your FAR regulations only. Refer back to the right-of-way for a private road, whatever it said, specifically, and follow it. And then look at the rest of your regulations when it comes to how you treat lots vis-a-vis a street. And you come to the conclusion that we've come to, that there's no other way to look at it other than treat that road as, I call it a barrier, but you treat the road for what it is. If you're going to sit there and say there's no question you have to maintain the street side yards, or the street, if it's a street side yard or a frontage setback from that road, then why wouldn't you want to be entirely consistent with all of your regulations? It's a zoning issue. It's not a title issue.
Because you're making, and to just point out in your letter of July 27th,
Yes.
you say on the end of the first page, as you know, the property contains 3 separate parcels. Which
Yes.
it doesn't. It contains one parcel.
It contains 3 separate parcels for zoning, I should make it clear, for
Oh, no.
zoning
It
purposes.
does not. It's one parcel for zoning purposes with a,
Mr. Maitland,
Right
all
away.
I'm trying to do, you're getting hung up on comments that are not the point. The point here is this, that for zoning purposes, the road is excluded. If the road is excluded for zoning purposes, and it sits there, it's a physical thing, it's still there, you're saying it's got to be treated as a parcel separate from the lot area of the lot. That's the whole, of the parcel. All I'm trying to say there is that if you're going to exclude it sits out there by itself.
You just cannot use it in the calculation of the lot
This
size.
is where we have a major difference.
Let him
The major
finish.
difference is not going to change. It hasn't changed for a year. It's not changing this evening. I didn't think I'd go on that long. It's a spirited, fun debate. I believe I'm right. I believe if you look at the regulations and start to think about the ramifications, as we try to point out, you come to our conclusion. But as I said, I respect your opinion either way. Okay? It's as simple as that.
Okay. Anybody, any other commissioner want to make any comments? Anybody else? Okay, any comments from the public?
Thank you.
Okay. Motion, please.
Well, I think that the discussion of this may necessitate, I don't know, necessitate two motions. However, I do think that taking our regulations and taking two cases, which we have previously opined on, in a matter similar to this, where a piece of property has a right-of-way through it. In neither of those cases did we find that subdivision had occurred, notwithstanding all the arguments of counsel. But the fact is that it was in fact a right-of-way across a parcel of land. The owner still owned on both sides of the right-of-way, and still owned, actually, in fee simple, the right-of-way itself, because it's not being transferred out. Those decisions were the Oneida, 120 Oneida Drive, and I believe Indian Head Road 500, if I can find it. I can't find it, but it was on Indian Head Road.
Katie, do you have it?
Yeah, it wasn't Indian Head, it was the Horse Island one.
No, it was 579 Indian Field Road. Indian Field Road, sorry.
Connection to Horse, the Doyle.
Yes, but it went out to the right-of-way went out to the island. That's correct. So those two, we made that finding. So I think that the analysis that I felt earlier is the appropriate analysis, that we have a parcel of land. It has a right-of-way through it. The right-of-way must be deducted for the purposes of the lot size. And that does not then permit the further division of this parcel into three buildable lots, which the applicant is attempting to do by claiming one of the lots is created by the right-of-way parcel, when there's nothing in our regulations that state that. And I don't think that, one of the cases he cited was the Bankers Trust. And on that particular case, the parcel in question was in fact divided by a right-of-way, but that right-of-way title was conveyed out to the town of Weston, which accepted that, and therefore that did create an act of subdivision because the parcel was deeded out to a third party. So based on that, I would move that the site plan proposal, I would move the approval of the site plan proposal for the subdivision of Hawthorne Weaver Investors.
Okay, second?
Second.
Second, okay. All in favor, say aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
I make a second motion to deny the application of Hawthorne Investors to subdivide a property into 3 parcels and provide the requisite open space. I move the denial of that, since there is insufficient land to create that design once the land is reduced to its net because of the removal of right-of-way land, and then the provision of the 15% open space.
Second?
Second.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Okay, thank you.
Donald, for the record, on the first and this matter, And the rest of the evening, I'm sitting as the sitting alternate in place of the resigned member. That hasn't been said, but should.
Right, and
Uh,
clearly on this one, Mr. Heller, you had been seated on this one, so it was those 5 members.
Yeah,
Because originally,
well, you were originally seated.
Yes.
right,
You're still seated.
Right.
That's okay. You didn't need to do that. No problem. Okay, next. We're now in the public hearing, ma'am. Housing Authority, Town of Greenwich, final coastal site plan and special permit, 85 Strickland Road.
Good evening. Tony DeAndrea, representing the Housing Authority of the Town of Greenwich. I hope we've had enough cerebral exercising, so I'll present this very simple plan this evening. It started out as really simple, as an application to construct a deck, a front entranceway, if you will, into the existing building located at 85 Strickland Road rear, also known as the Gateway Cottage to the Housing Authority. The parcel that we're concerned with contains 9,310 square feet. It also contains 2 residential structures. One of them, known as 85 Strickland Road Front, is completely occupied. As I've shown on my chart, the existing building number 85 contains 2 units, one of which has 3 bedrooms, one of which has 2 bedrooms. We've highlighted that on the parking summary chart also to show what the parking requirement would be for that structure. The 3-bedroom unit would require 2.6 spaces. The 2-bedroom unit would require 2. The cottage at the rear, while only 1 bedroom shown on the plans, constitutes really a 2 parking space requirement, and I've listed that on the chart. The proposal has been somewhat complicated in my mind because it was unclear in the initial presentation to the commission that there have been, and there is still, a active permit for the construction of the addition, if you will, to the rear building, the cottage. And that was issued back in 2005 under permit number 5-4032, if memory serves me correctly. I'll just check that. Excuse me, 5-3402. So that was issued back in 2005. In fact, we have provided to the commission for their review in a packet last week a summary of all those permits, and that was issued on September 8th of 2005. In consultation with the building department, that permit is still active, and for the most part, all of the work that was permitted under that permit was approved. Was completed, except for the finishes inside and the final siding. The building plans that were submitted for that application showed a dormer on the front, 2 dormers, and it also showed a shed dormer to the rear. The photos on this panel
Actually, that's in there.
illustrate what that condition of the building is. You can see the 2 dormers in the front, the entrance door, if you will. There's no access along the front of the building for a deck, and that's what we're really proposing. There was some question as to whether or not there was a jog in the back of the building. The photo here on the left of the panel clearly shows that there is a jog in the building, as shown on my site plan. The photo on the right lower corner of that is the front of that building number 85. The last photo at the middle on the top, I just wanted to let you see it. This is a entrance to the lower level crawl space of the existing cottage. It by no means is a room for another residential dwelling, bedroom, or
Well-
habitable space.
The other thing you're doing, though, aren't you You're putting the porch on, I understand that, but the second floor you're putting on, you're moving the wall out.
No, sir. There's no intention to do anything else to the exterior dimensions of the upper level of the building. The Housing Authority purchased this property from a distressed condition.
My only point is this, that the drawing that we have, drawing A10 from an architect, shows the dimension front to back of the building to be 22.9 on the first floor, and on the second floor, it also shows it to be 22.9, which would mean that contrary to that, that wall where the dormers are installed would be coming out to the front of the building. So either the architect's drawing is wrong.
That is not what the planning, that's not what that's not what the Housing Authority intends to do. They intend to finish the building under the existing permit.
Okay, well,
There's a confusion that has to be squared away for sure, but that's not what they intend to do.
So it is your intent then to go back and just finish the building in accordance with the,
That is my understanding in conversations with
The building
the chairman of the Housing Authority plus the executive director,
well, anyway, the
Mr. Anthony
plans that
Johnson.
we have, the drawings that we have are dated, received by Larry Bradley, or he even signed off on them, I guess, on 6/17/04, is that it?
These were,
This is the.
Larry Bradley signed off on June 17th, '04. Yes, sir. Yes, that's correct.
It was mighty confusing to get a set of plans from an architect, then, which shows that that's not what you're building.
That's not what the Housing Authority intends to complete at this time. Yes, sir. Okay, when I finished the existing permit, I went down with Anthony Johnson to the building department. We inquired of Ken Wheeler as to what had to be done to continue the operation and completion of the existing building. That's my understanding.
So then the only thing that you're going to do that changed from the earlier, what is the date on the drawings that you?
These drawings that we have from the building department files are June 17th, '04. They were the subject of the presentation to the Board of Appeals based on that plan to install the shed dormers and increase the height of the nonconforming structure.
Okay. Well,
If anything changes, they'll have to come back. That's not the understanding of that application.
as I say, it was quite confusing to get in a set of plans.
Tony, just for clarification,
Doesn't reference this.
the plans that you want to go forward with are the ones that are in the building department or the ones that you submitted with the application submission?
As the application has proceeded, it is my understanding that it was intended to finish the product in accordance with the original building permit
The
plans.
2004 plans?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's not the set of drawings that we got. Can we accept that as what they intend to do is not what they submitted for drawings, but is that?
Right, so this is a revised plan from what you've submitted as part of the application.
I understand that now. I didn't understand it at the time, and I stand corrected, but I've been advised by Mr. Romeo and Mr. Johnson that they're intending to complete the project in accordance with the original plans that were.
With the
part of
exception of the deck.
And the deck has to be added in the front in order to be able to get into
Of
the
course, we're on the
building.
record now, Mrs. Johnson is here.
And how many, so it's.
Can you come up and verify that, please?
And Mr. DeAndre, how many bedrooms are in that 2004 plan?
Thank you, because I'm so mixed up
Yeah.
with the bedrooms. I just don't get it. I've been trying to count them off and on all day.
Right. It's the number of bedrooms in the 2004 plan, and also what was represented a few years ago when the.
Mr. Johnson, would you come up and verify that?
When the MI was granted.
Yeah, it's the MI versus now.
Right.
I'm confused about.
Hi, good evening. How are you doing?
We're good. Your name, sir, for the record?
Yeah, Anthony Johnson, Executive Director of Greenwich Housing. Yes, Anthony Johnson, Executive Director of the Greenwich Housing Authority.
Okay.
So your question is,
To verify,
to verify the plans? Yes. The only thing that I can see from these plans that we have, and this is the original plans that were submitted under the existing structure. Only thing we modified was a porch, adding a front porch to this, because as you see, there's steps here, and there was no way legally into the unit. So we are adding a porch. That's the only thing that modifies from this existing drawing.
Okay.
do we have a plan for that?
We do have we have a plan for that included in this
the other thing, yeah.
And that shows, the plan for this, it shows obviously the correct dimension. It's a 14-foot, 3-dimension front to back. The first floor on the building is, it is almost, well, it's 20-foot 6 front to back. So that is what would be shown on the photograph.
Yes.
I mean, that's, okay. So what we're then is approving, or what you're asking us to approve is this one, which is shown now to have 1 bedroom and a thing called a sitting room, which is basically a wide hallway. I guess it's circulation through it to the bathroom and then to the bedroom.
Right.
What, is that page
Yeah,
numbered by any
upstairs.
chance?
These pages are not numbered, however, are these in our record? Do you have these? The copy of these?
Those plans came in on the 31st, so they are in the file, and the commission
So that's
received them.
official,
These were taken from the building department files.
Okay.
okay.
But I mean, at least these dimensions are, I mean, visually it purports, I mean, the same thing as we're
Supports the-
looking at in the photographs.
Great.
So wherever that other set of plans came from,
Okay,
I don't know.
So then, for the record, could you run us through each building and how many
Yes.
bedrooms are in each
Yes.
building and how many units are in each building?
And also, if you've got what was presented when they did the MI,
Yes.
because I was having trouble reconciling from
There-
what we
there-
have now to the MI.
It's always a little difficult, but
Okay.
I tried to summarize it in the July 31st letter, having gotten the information from the building department and traced out the history of it. Because, again, it started out as a simple application to put a deck on the front of an existing structure that needed to be finished under a current current building permit. So,
Yeah, so we're just trying to actually get it all straight.
yes, ma'am.
Going forward, it's straight.
Right. So, going back to the first sheet, the site plan, we summarized what each building was, or is, and had been throughout the process. The only discrepancy you have is a memo from Mrs. Fox in the
Yes.
process of the MI,
Yes.
where, not that memo, because I didn't see that till today, although I did pass her in the hall on Monday. At any rate, in 2013, she made a summary statement in a letter to the Board of Selectmen, and she referenced the fact that we're going to be 4 bedrooms in one of the units. It's just not the way it is.
That's correct, straight back on.
So
Okay.
we'll go through it for the record. In the front building, number 85, there is a Unit 2, we call it, and that has 2 bedrooms.
Right,
And Unit 1 has 3 bedrooms.
right.
The cottage, so-called gatehouse, at the rear of 85, has a single bedroom proposed with a sitting room. We called it 2 bedrooms. We accounted for 2 parking spaces for those.
Okay, it has a single bedroom.
As the plans show, it has a single bedroom, and next to it is a sitting room. It's up on the 2nd floor. It has 1 bathroom. You would call it a bedroom
I got
by your
2.
definition.
Doesn't make any difference for the
It
parking.
doesn't make a difference. So I used 2 parking spaces.
I don't understand it.
And then just for the way the property functions, held in a different name, Town Hall Annex Corporation, in spite of what the assessor's card still says, it's held under the Town Hall Annex Corporation, separate parcel. But in that building, just for completion of the understanding of how the site functions, there are 2 units, townhouse, and there are 3 bedrooms each.
Okay, can I just ask you a question?
Yes.
That's something I didn't understand. The variance that they got from Board of Appeals,
Yes?
was it, you can't have, I'm sorry. That you had to not have that be in separate ownership?
No. What they said at the time, and that was not the 9181 appeal, that was earlier.
The
They just,
2005 one?
at that time, there was a garage on the building apparently, on 87, 89, and they had to condition that approval on building a principal structure.
Got it, okay.
But in accordance with Mr. Allegrini's application 9181C, the Board of Appeals granted the variance for an increased height of a nonconforming structure, which allowed him to put the shed dormer and the little dormers on the front of the structure. It proceeded, it fell apart, and now the Housing Authority owns it, and they want to finish it in accordance with the plans that are on file. In other words, not making any structural changes to the 2nd level of that building.
So, given that I assume what you're intending to do is to amend that 2005 permit, assuming that the commission moves this forward. Would that be right?
No. The 2005 permit remains on the plans that were stamped in by the commission on April 20th of 2004 and signed off by Larry Bradley in June 17th, 2004, exempt from coastal review. So no need to amend that building permit.
So you would be taking out a new permit on the cottage?
No, it's an existing permit. The Housing Authority, in our conversation with Ken that day, had to submit a letter saying that they are going to continue that, reinstate the permit, pay $40, I think it was, and he paid it.
Right, so,
And we're
for
on
the
our way.
cottage, you're going to use, in some mechanism or other, an old permit. Is that right?
It's actually a current permit. It was issued in 2005, but
Right.
it's current.
Okay, the reason I'm asking these questions is I'm curious what your thoughts are on the flood zone issue as it
I will
relates-
give you that answer.
as it relates to the
Yes,
permit.
I have a plan for you.
Can I, before you do that,
Yep.
can I just say that the deck that you're adding is going to require a separate permit? Because it's not in any permit now.
That's correct. I
That's why
stand
it's
correct.
extension
If that's what you were referring
That's what
to,
you were
Right.
talking about.
yes, that would have to be a separate permit,
An
yes.
amendment of the existing permit. Whatever.
It all depends, but they'd have to get it, if it's attached to the building, it could be an amendment, and sometimes it's a separate structure. But that's the, you're absolutely correct.
Okay, let's.
I didn't understand that question, Katie.
A bigger issue.
So then, as you go forward, in 2005, when the permit was issued initially, I've shown you, a worst case, I guess. The orange line represents the line that was in effect in June of 2010 on the FEMA maps. And you can see at that point that the building is clear of that flood zone. So that we're building that job under that permit in accordance with those regulations that were in effect at that time. The permit is still active. The site plan is still, in force. And we're only amending it for the deck. Now what you can see is the elevation at the time was only AE11. It was up to elevation 13.6. It remains at 13.6. Right now, the building is compliant with the FEMA regulations. It's somewhat deficient for the current flood zone regulations of the town of Greenwich, but those regulations, in my opinion, don't apply because the permit is active from 2005.
With the exception of the deck, which you would be applying under substantial
But-
improvement for the deck.
I doubt that the cost of the deck is substantial improvement to the building.
Exactly, right, but the point is, you do have to go through the exercise since it is a
Yes,
cumulative.
we'll do that form.
Cumulative process, so.
To complete the
right.
form to prove that it's not in
Okay.
excess of substantial improvement.
Okay, what else?
Cumulative, though.
Excuse me?
Cumulative, you would include the rest of the work, right?
No, because it became non-compliant in 2013, so they would be counting all work post-2013.
That's the way we agree.
Okay, what else?
I have two questions. When the MI was approved, there was a condition for an easement, cross easements between the property for the parking, and there was a condition that it was going to be as approved by the selectmen for affordable housing, and that it would be going into Section 8 housing. Has that happened in the 2 years since?
And just for clarification, since there's no condition in an MI, it's the site plan you're referring to?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, it was based on, and our financial projections were based on utilizing it for Section 8 housing. That's correct.
Yes, and
It's
is it
not
being...
guaranteed that we were going to actually use a Section 8 voucher holder there because they have a right to come there and to lease it up. But as of this time, we don't have a Section 8 voucher holder there.
You have nobody with Section 8 housing in either, is there anybody in the others, 87, 89?
No,
They're all just full-price renters?
no, we don't
That's what I'm
charge.
asking you.
Well, you asked me about Section 8.
Yes.
Which I answered that question.
Okay.
Now you're asking me, are there full price? Full price is depending on what? No, it's not full price based on the market value of those units. That's correct.
But, Mr. Johnson, the intention of the three selectmen in approving this MI and sending it to us was that this be affordable housing. And what I understand is it's not listed in the town's list of affordable housing. It's not included.
Anything that the Housing Authority does under the state of Connecticut law is considered affordable housing.
So why isn't it
Well,
included?
Why isn't it on the
That's-
list?
That's
Do you-
something that the town has to work out. I don't know what goes on your list, what doesn't go on your list.
I see.
So this is
Well,
not
Mr. Jo-
restrictive housing, period. So if you're looking for a restriction on our housing, it's not.
Not deed restricted, but
It's not restricted.
okay, the representation that was made to us is that it would be used for Section 8 housing.
Representation that was made, because I made it, was that based on our projections, it will be available to Section 8 voucher holders, which it is.
And why would they not be there if it's available to them?
Because they haven't rented it. We have it on the market, we use a Realtor, it's available for rent.
Thank you.
So is it empty?
No, it's full.
Conex's empty. We're trying to
But the
finish it, so-
the front building is full.
I can't hear you, Mr. DeAndrea.
Sorry.
I think I understood you to say, Mr. DeAndrea, the front building is full. Is that right?
Every project that we take on to develop affordable housing, we have to have a financial projection. Being affordable housing is based on the Section 8 voucher holders at the worst-case scenario, which means that we do not go into any project to lose money. So therefore, we base our financial projections based on a Section 8 voucher holder, and those units are available to Section 8 holders because that's the law of the United States of America. So I don't know what else to say.
The interesting thing you did say, though, is that any housing that the Housing Authority has and is by law
Under the state of
considered
Connecticut, to my
affordable
knowledge,
housing.
yes.
There are four bases on which it complies with affordable housing under Section 830G. They're quite specific. One of them is if the property is funded by state loans. There are bases, and there is no basis that just says the Housing Authority housing is qualified. It just doesn't say that. I got a summary of it today.
Well, if you did, I mean, I would refer you to Mike Santoro, who is the director of the state's affordable housing program, who directed me by informing me of that, which was a surprise to me as well. So I think I would refer you there to get a clarification.
Okay, what else?
I'm done. I
Anything
mean,
else?
we're okay on lot coverage, and we're okay on building coverage, and we're okay on number of parking spaces. So,
Building coverage is 49.8.
no, the lot
Percent.
coverage, you mean,
Yeah, I have that here.
So just to follow up on that, so are any of the Housing Authority properties deed restricted, or just by virtue of the ownership, you're stating that they are restricted because it's a Housing Authority property, and so per the state statutes, there's an inherent restriction based on the ownership type?
No, it's not an inherent restriction. It's that the Housing Authority actually is in the business of doing affordable housing, which I feel like being challenged if we do affordable housing. We do. That's our mission. And so to imply or infer that everyone qualifies who lives in affordable housing, if you refer to a New York Times article today, or actually go to a HUD's website, there are plenty of people in affordable housing, public housing across the country who are what they quote-unquote call over income. They make more money than the statutory requirements to live in affordable housing. They may have gotten in at one point where they qualified, but they stayed because the housing met their needs, and therefore they're still paying a subsidized rent per se, but they are actually over income.
So, right, so as it
So the
relates to
only
these
restrictions
properties.
we have state properties, which are deed restricted, which means that the Housing Authority borrowed monies from the state of Connecticut, Armstrong Court, Quarry Knoll 2, Town Hall Annex, Wilbur Peck. These properties all have restrictions on them, and they have regulations based on who could live there and what the qualifications are to get into the units, right? The Housing Authority also did a for sale project that we constructed and did for sale. We put restrictions on the deeds to those units for resale. Housing Authority did that on their own. Housing Authority funded it on their own. Housing Authority owns other scattered site units throughout town, just like this unit at Strickland is a scattered site unit. that the Housing Authority owns, that the Housing Authority purchased out of its own funds with no federal dollars, no state dollars, no town dollars. We own it for the purpose of providing, quote-unquote, affordable housing. We didn't say we were going to provide low-income housing. We said we're going to provide affordable housing, which is what we do.
So assuming that the people, the units that are now occupied, that became vacant, how would those be marketed?
We we put them on our website. We actually use a realtor, and we also notify our Section 8 department for our units.
So they wouldn't, so when they become vacant, they're not necessarily market rate. So the first comment that you made, that at some point people will have more income than they initially started off with, which is how they qualify.
Because the Housing Authority paid for these units, we have no rules related to how we rent them. The Housing Authority used their own funds, no state dollars, no federal dollars, Housing Authority funds.
Right, so
That's why we got into this whole conversation about the split of the lots. Those lots are owned by two separate entities owned by the Housing Authority.
So theoretically, you could rent those out as market rate units then?
We could, but that's not our mission.
Okay, all right. Which is what's confusing about the MI.
Yeah, I'd like to stick with the plan here.
I think we're talking about affordable housing when we're here before a plan.
It's the good questions asked, but I think are you all set in terms of your presentation?
I was just going to say that, for the record, because you asked the question, that the site coverage is 49.8%, and the building coverage is 20.6%, I believe.
Have you revised that on the plan, Tony? Is that articulated now?
Yes, it has been. It's been on the sheet dated June 24th, 2015, at which time we accounted for the parking and the landscape area to keep it down below the 49.8%.
Okay.
And then lastly, I just want to, for the record, the site coverage building coverage on that lot is 20.6%.
Okay.
Is there an easement for cross-access on this that
Not
exists?
recorded. No.
We didn't do that.
I can't hear you, sir.
The answer was no, there's no cross easement for parking between 85 and 87, 89 Strickland Road.
Okay, any other questions from the commissioners? Any comments from the public? Okay. Motion, please.
Well, we-
we'll close.
Hold on,
We'll close this.
There was an easement asked for in the previous approval?
Yes.
Okay, so that's something that can be enforced then,
Absolutely, yeah.
and will need to be, right.
Okay, we'll close this. Okay, next item, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is Young Pioneers, LLC, Chun's, Greenwich. Final site plan and special permit, 59, 63, and 65 East Putnam.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Tony DeAndrea, and I'm representing the Young Pioneers LLC and Chun's Greenwich LLC. They are the owners of two parcels of land on the south side of East Putnam Avenue. We've been here several times to present this. I'm standing in tonight for Attorney Chip Haslam, who had a better plan than I did because he's up in Wellfleet at the beach. It is a better plan than I had. But I want to just make it simple again and to say that we've addressed all of the concerns that had been expressed by the Commission and the DPW, and all that remains right now is to satisfy the Health Department on the number of sinks that are going to be in certain locations. That's very simple. And the Sewer Department has issued a letter as late as today explaining that there are a few mathematical corrections that need to be made in the sizing of the grease trap. So with those two things remaining, I wanted to point out that we have addressed the DPW comments, and I'll just go through those very quickly, which we just received at the end of last week, and while we have had this in for review by DPW on numerous occasions so far. What Mr. Marucci asked for in the final analysis was that we have no weep holes in the retaining wall that separates the neighbor to the south and the Chun property. The reason for that, he's concerned that there's potential for water leaking onto that neighbor, even though we are providing for the drainage off that site. So we've proposed a curtain drain on the north side of the wall that'll discharge, as he required, into storm drain manhole number 2. We have also addressed his concern about the alignment of space number 21. So what I've done is simply rotate it clockwise to be parallel to space number 22. And then because Mr. Chun and his family control the parking behind building number 61 through 67, you folks know it as 65, I've just adjusted the location of spaces 1 and 2 so that we have proven that we have a 20-foot wide separation between the edge of the space, number 1 and number 21. So that was quite simple. He then asked us to also give him a cross-section through the parking lot to, I guess, to document, for no other reason, the elevation that we've proposed for the bottom of the stone, which is clearly stated in several locations on the plan already. And then the last thing was he wanted to have us include in that cross-section the elevations of the bottom of the permeable pavers. Again, we did not, and he knows that, we did not include the volume of stone under the permeable pavers in part of the computation. So we've designed the reservoir of storage under the pavement to accommodate the design criteria for 25-year storm, not taking advantage of the storage that actually exists under the permeable pavers. So there's excess capacity. So he's asked us to document that on the cross-section.
What's the blue rectangle this behind the building? No, to your right, there. Right, you were, no, yeah.
This is a set of galleries that's required.
Oh, okay, so it's underground.
It's underground, and it's a set of galleries that's required for the discharge of the pump. So we've altered that plan to have that highlighted here in red, that discharge from the pump, should it be required or used, would go into those galleries. And then the last thing Mr. Marucci was insistent upon for protection of the neighbor to the south was that we prove that at all locations along that wall, the top of the wall is more than 6 inches above the adjacent pavement. So our plan had originally shown all of the existing elevations on that low side. Now I've just highlighted them and shown them to be proposed, meaning the same existing grades. And on the north side, on our own property, I've reiterated the same elevation. So at all locations, there's at least 6 inches of clearance from the pavement to the top of the wall. The wall is level at elevation 20. The only remaining issue that has come up in your staff report that I believe is something that you want to discuss is whether or not Mr. Chun should be obligated to construct a sidewalk on someone else's property. And needless to say, he's opposed to that suggestion. And the reason is that, so there's no confusion, we're taking care of the sidewalk across his property, no doubt. The existing conditions, which are not dissimilar for what exists across Salem Street in front of the mobile station, is that there's no real defined pavement for a side, or between the difference between the pavement and the sidewalk.
I think going to the west is going the wrong way. Going to the east is, in fact, a part of this site plan. And I think what we were looking for is that
No, that Salem was what they meant.
I don't think so. It's someone else's property. I agree with that. I thought it was going, in discussing this, we were going to the east, which is a part of this plan, and just to delineate, it wouldn't be restricting anything, but to delineate in concrete across that, a path for a sidewalk, which would connect up to the other site, to the site that, that you're working on. So it would be that piece.
So what you would be doing with that is eliminating, well, you could still maintain all the displays there and
Yes.
eliminate the cutting across the front of that store.
Right.
Okay.
It just would go straight on across the
Fine.
property. It would.
Understood. That's
Big
acceptable.
flush, but it would be a different material, just so pedestrians have a
Yes, sir.
sense of safety.
Yes, sir.
But
That
not
we
across
find acceptable.
Coscobber.
Yes,
We
sir.
understand.
I just said, Mr. Chun, he concedes. Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's much better.
I think what I read in the report was to continue it to the corner of Salem
Yeah,
on the
that's to the
town right-of-way,
And that's to the west.
not on private property. That's what I understood him to be saying.
That's to the west, they meant to Salem.
In addition to that, I brought,
I mean, that's what it says, on the
That's
town
what it
right-of-way
says.
to the corner,
They have
so.
east and west mixed up.
I
but
have
they mean
real,
to Salem.
I have a real problem with that, because I don't, it's in front of somebody else's property. Why would this applicant be required to do that?
the other difficulty with it is, quite honestly, given the location of the building and the way the parking functions on there, if you were to try to restrict that with some kind of a curb, it would not be a good situation.
Not even, well.
You couldn't even get in the place anymore.
But again, it could just be the concrete laid flat,
But you can go see the same thing across the way in front of the gas station, where it's just flush concrete. It's no different than what's here today. There is a sidewalk that leads them down and around, and they're safely inside. Then the island takes up again. So there's a definition of where to walk. And one might argue that these are high school kids. They ought to be able to stay on.
But what about the rest of the public that walks there? I mean, there's an absence of.
I don't think we have an obligation to protect every person that walks on every street. There's not a sidewalk on every street, and if it was, so important to the school, then it probably should have been the safe walks to school program. But this is not an issue. We recognize your concern about the one going to the east. That makes sense, and it probably streamlines the safety aspects in front of that building. But moving up the stream, it gets up the hill toward Salem Street, becomes a little onerous for every owner.
So where is the sidewalk going? To the
The
east?
sidewalk would be best seen, Mr. Fox, on this plan, which would come across the front of the orange building, which is number 6167.
And how
East
far
Putnam.
to match the buffer on the other side?
We'd have to go to the end of that building.
And then-
Otherwise, we go into Castellano. I've highlighted in light yellow the sidewalk with the
Yeah.
landscape strip in between, the snow shelf. And then it continues, and we had stopped on the westerly edge of 65 East Putnam. But the suggestion is to continue that curbing at full height across the front of 65, which makes sense.
not the curbing. Is that, did you?
Look, you're looking to have some definition for the sidewalk, whether it becomes a curb or, full height. We'll have to work it out with the state and the DPW.
Definition is a good word. Anything else?
On another drainage issue, one of the last times you were in front of us, there was a resident of Satcham who
Yes.
spoke about that.
Yes. What we've done here to explain the plan, we have a reservoir that's 50 by 50 of crushed stone. The top of the stone is 14.5 or 3, and the bottom is 12.8. So we have 1.5 feet of stone underneath, and it's designed to infiltrate into the existing ground where we had excavated a test pit. What we found was there was a lot of miscellaneous material on top because it had been filled, and then we had a layer of fine sand of about 3.5 feet deep when we dug down to almost 10 feet deep. So the water that's come off this property draining into this reservoir of stone through the permeable pavers, as well as a direct discharge from a catch basin on the surface, because it's our belief that the permeable pavers are not entirely permeable. So we picked up the water with the catch basin, bring it into the junction chamber. The junction chamber discharges into the reservoir. When the reservoir is full, we've accommodated our requirements for the 25-year design storm in this case, and then it ultimately overflows directly into the drain off-site.
Right.
But Scott Marucci's been through this a couple of times with us, and I think his report says he's satisfied with the analysis. What he's asked us to do is document what the bottom of each layer will be.
Right, right.
And as I said earlier, we didn't even account for or take advantage of the storage that's available to us under the permeable pavers, so there would be excess volume.
Okay, and I hope, Mr. DeAndre, you can answer this question.
Okay.
The premise is one lot was consolidated. Was that recorded on the land record?
Not yet, and of course, it would involve a revision of lot lines to
Exactly.
accommodate that. So
The-
pending the approval, of course, we have your signature block on it, and you'll be signing it before we file it.
I see. All right, so those documents, what you're saying is the documents changing the lot line and consolidating,
Yes. We have this prepared as the zoning location survey depicting the revision of lot lines, which was approved by the commission.
Yes.
Not yet signed, but ready for Mr. Heller's signature.
okay.
When
But then there are deeds, I mean, there are legal
Then
documents.
is the attorney, Mr. Haslam, as well as Mr. Chun's daughter, are working
Yeah.
together to take care of all those documents, and they'll be presented, of course, with the, prior to the signature of the record sheet,
Okay,
as is normal.
okay.
Anything else for anybody?
What's the parking for, now that you're consolidating this as one lot, explain the parking that's in front of the taco place and the tent that's on the outside of the grocer. How's, that should be shown on your updated site plan.
Well, we're not,
You're taking the sidewalk through there.
as you can see here on the plan, the building is very close to the right-of-way.
Correct.
So that parking, if we put a sidewalk there, is not going to be possible. But that's accounted for in the parking demand on the entire site. So that building, given those uses, as Mr. Haslam's identified in his summaries, we have 14 spaces allocated to the activities within 6167.
Correct, and I'm just requesting that your updated site plan shows what's going on in the front of
Okay.
that building, so for the record, staff can validate that it's been updated to that plan.
Okay, yes, sir.
Because to this point, it's been pretty light on what's happening in front of the two stores.
Yes, sir. Understood.
Okay. Any other comments? Any comments from the public?
There is.
Did I see somebody?
Mr. Conway, yes, I was hoping.
Good evening. My name is Don Conway. I live at the end of Sachem Lane. What I'm concerned about is a number of things. One, behind the new building that'll be there.
Mr. DeAndrea, can you put up the one that shows the
That-
circle in full? I think you've got one that has the whole.
I know this was mentioned earlier, but the compressors or whatever else is behind that building, there is a house right over here, and if those things are loud, those people will never sleep. So I would really ask you to watch that. The other factor is behind the present market, the parking that's back there is being used by Catalano in his auto shop. And it's not restricted. And I think I just heard you say that that parking is supposed to be restricted to the market. So I would hope it would be.
No, it's not usable right now to the store. You're absolutely right.
Right. And the other factor is the fence that goes across the back of the property, I would hope would continue to the line behind the market. I believe that was mentioned way back when also. So that the people on Sachem Lane wouldn't get any of the debris or see any cars or anything like that parked up behind the market. So that's,
Yeah, and we were actually wondering yesterday, have you seen any improvement in the refuse level that's on Sachem Lane?
not really. No, the town can tell you. They have a truck down there, or a fella comes down in a van once, maybe twice, every couple of weeks, and they pick up all kinds of stuff. There's boxes from the market. There's wrappers from the cars. There's, you can see the part boxes for the car repairs and stuff like that. So it just all blows. The problem we do have also, the town at the circle on Sachem Lane, it's a cul-de-sac. They planted trees back there. Well, if you don't put a fence up there, what happens is the snow is plowed right back into those trees, and they've killed them. A lot of them they have killed. And the way I know it was repaved recently, but the repaving, they never took into consideration to have it lipped so that the water wouldn't drain down from all the parking areas into that open area around the circle. So we constantly still see the streams and the oil and stuff like that all flowing down, and it's killing the plants again. So
And where are the dumpsters for the store? Right?
the dumpsters for the store are right on the corner of where that line, the property line, actually goes down, and then it cuts a little bit towards the south and then goes towards the car dealership, basically.
And are those being maintained now?
No, not really. They're open a lot of times. They're overfilled. There's debris all in there, usually. And it's mostly from the cars. I don't think it's so much from the store. I think it's really from the cars.
So the dumpsters are shared between the store and the automotive use?
To our knowledge, they are, yeah. I mean, you'll see the stuff all in there.
Mr. DeAndrea? So,
So, okay, thank you.
One of your questions, the drawings do show an 8-foot-high stockade fence running across the property.
That'd be great.
All the way. See, he's saying.
No,
to-
I'm going from the notch here
Yeah.
up and then all the way over.
The plans now call for an 8-foot-high stockade fence.
Great, that's
Exactly where you ran your finger.
fantastic. Thank
So
you.
you ran it last time. That's how
Thank you. Okay.
Made a big contribution. He did.
And I might add, that was part of the variance granted for the extra height in the fence. So you had asked for landscaping to the south side of the parking area behind 65. Mr. Castellano is limited to the easement that he created over that property when he owned it for a short time. Mr. Chun's family is intent upon limiting him to what he is entitled to have so they can utilize their own property the way they want to.
What's that
The cars
easement?
and the junk will come out of there.
Can you elaborate on what that easement is?
The easement, when Mr. Castellano purchased these two properties to benefit himself, as I understand it, because he had no formal easement to that. He defined the easement, and we've documented it here. We've kept the parking spaces outside of that easement, as you can see, and now Mr. Chun's family is going to, enforce the restrictions of that easement into Castellano's property.
Okay. Any other comments from the public?
I have a couple more questions when the public's
sorry?
done. When the public's done, I have a couple more questions. Nobody else? Is your client prepared to put signage up restricting the parking behind 65 so that Mr. Catalano is no longer sharing it?
I think they're more than happy to put up a sign. It's more a matter of
Okay.
legal enforcement. You can't park your wrecks there.
Okay. I think Ms. Mock suggested that trees be added to the plan. Is that something your client is prepared to do?
They'd be prepared to do it if there was possible to do it. The only place that trees, I think, can actually be planted is behind 65 in the triangle that we've set aside for landscaping. But
I see.
I think that Mr. Pop's landscape plan had some shade trees around the front, but I don't think there's anything you're going to see a large oak tree.
Okay. The parking, on page 195, the applicant's form says that 22 spaces are required for 59 to 63, and that then at page 196, the form says that for 65, 15 spaces are required. I don't know whether that was...
What's been provided on the plan,
Yep.
and I thought it was worked out with Mr. Haslam, so I'm not prepared to argue one way or the other.
Right.
There were 14 spaces dedicated to 61, 67, or number 65, as you know it. And based on the formula, there was 20 spaces dedicated to the combination of the retail and the restaurant, plus the 2 residential units in number 59.
So
I don't know where the 24 came from.
So this indicates that there would be 20 spaces plus 2 leased to reach the number of 22.
Correct. So the 2 spaces are actually within the property that was modified to accommodate the area
Yeah.
of the building and the coverage for number 65. So those 2 spaces actually then get leased over to
Okay,
number
so
59.
that remains the case, that needs to be a condition, that the 2
I believe
spaces
so, yes.
will be in a written lease for,
Yes, understanding of that. And we had listed them as employee parking because they're
Okay.
awkward. And the other thing that's, most important is that we also did provide access from the rear parking lot of 65 along the building.
Yes.
By relocating the bollards and creating an actual raised elevation of a sidewalk so that patrons could get from the back to the front,
Right.
which would improve the circulation
yeah,
there.
and the use of it,
Yes,
the parking.
encourage the use of it.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay?
I just have 2 quick questions for you, Mr. DeAndrea. The first one was, you made a comment in passing about the health department and the sinks. Just to put it on the record, the use for the basement, is that, because the health department was asking you if that was going to be for prep?
No prep.
No food prep in the basement?
No food prep in the basement according to the owners.
Yeah, just clarifying, because they
Yes.
were asking you.
That was a question in their first comments.
I'm sorry, but I just never asked this before. How does the truck come in and out of the proposed building to that loading dock that's in the back? How does a delivery truck come in and out? Just wondering, because there's
Yeah.
that.
Well, ideally, because the Chun's control 65, the vehicle can come in, back into the alley, the 15-foot wide alley, and hit the loading, and then turn around and come out the front.
So they
These are
would-
not major trailers for this kind of a facility.
So they wouldn't come down Salem?
No, they can't because that's a one-way. And it has a sign proposed on the plan, do not enter. That's not entry.
Okay.
Correct.
But they wouldn't come out on Salem? They wouldn't come in the front and go out on Salem?
It's not the intent of the small trucks that come to service this kind of a retail
Asking
space.
because of the
Residential aspects on Salem.
residential aspect on Salem and the youth facility?
Yes. Understood on the opposite corner.
Which is, I believe that driveway is directly facing it. Their driveway directly faces this one.
I believe it's
I can't tell you exactly.
the law office.
There's a law office on the corner, then the next house down is the residential.
I'm not picturing it. Richard, do you
Okay.
remember where the driveway is?
Yeah, it's the law office on the corner.
Right on the corner.
It's right across
Okay,
the
so
law
in any event, we'll just add, yeah, okay.
Okay. I think we're ready.
Because that's a commercial.
DPW's, the last thing I read said resubmit prior to final.
But
That, I think, was explained at the briefing yesterday, and I believe the parking change that
Right, he just wanted to make sure we could move the parking.
Do we have anything in writing for,
But the
or,
No, but the
Three-
fact is,
Okay.
the fact that he moved the parking spaces to be parallel,
yes, to com-
Yeah,
number one, and number two, shifted 1 and 2 on
Right.
the existing,
Okay.
allows him to have a 20-foot clearance in there, which is the dimension within our regs for a driveway.
and the only other salient points that DPW, the first 2 things that DPW raises in that resubmit is the weep holes and the
Right.
6-inch curbing. And
well, the first thing he says, which is what I understood to be the reason for the resubmit, is the drainage easement needs to have the draft map and documents submitted for review before the final subdivision approval.
Right.
I mean, I don't know.
We've already said that, but we're going to submit the easement documents to you before we ask you to sign the map. The Chuns own both properties. We have a right of drainage across that property, then we're into town right-of-way. And that's already been approved by DPW for the drainage design. It obviously protects the Chuns to create the easement so they can park in number 21 and 22 and drain across their other property. So those will be documents that would be presented by Mr. Haslam prior to you being asked to sign the map.
And have you,
Those are simple things.
Okay?
one of the comments raised in the staff report is regarding the State Department of Transportation and their need for
In our
approval.
conversation with the state likes to have you folks comfortable, and then we get the permit from them. They don't want to be asked, to redesign.
So you've spoken to them, you've had an initial
We have
conversation?
had, not specifically on this one, Katie, but in general, we've had numerous applications along Route 1, and everyone has been the same. Get rid of your local approvals, send us the plans, then we'll sign off and you can have your permits.
So prior to zoning permit sign-off, you would
Yes,
be able to-
absolutely. We'll have that proof, yes.
Okay, I think we're ready, guys. All right? Okay, we close. You could tell Mr. Haslam that he missed having a good time.
Yes, sir, I will. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're now on final site and special permit 599 West Putnam.
Documentation.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Ted O'Hanlon from Robinson and Cole on behalf of the applicant, 599 Landlord LLC. This is the headquarters of the Catterton Partners, and with me tonight is David Heidecorn and Katie Giannini from Catterton. Our development team is comprised of Sarah Snow-Vidic from and Eleanor Monofusco from Granoff Architects. David Ginter from Redness and Mead is a project engineer, and Ann Campbell and Christy Jean from our land use practice. Thank you for allowing us to begin with the final site plan approval. Catterton is very excited about this project. It's going to be its national headquarters. It's a 1970s vintage office building that is behind a cottage and a wall on West Putnam, and they're very excited to enhance and renovate the building so that it can serve as their national headquarters. They've been there for 15 years and intend to stay. I'm going to let Sarah Snow-Vidic take you through the project very quickly, and then Eleanor Monofusco will describe the landscaping. It's called the bosque, or the front screening and terrace. And we have provided and have an ongoing dialogue with Ms. DeLuca regarding the nature of the and background of the cottage and the wall, and I'll address them to the extent that they haven't been addressed in the direct presentation. So, Sarah, thank you.
I don't know if you want me to hand out just some images.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Sarah Vitek.
Thank you.
Sarah with an H, S-A-R-A-H, Vitek, V-I-T-E-K. Thank you. General overview of the project is that this is a commercial office building. Catterton has occupied as a tenant for the last 15 years. They're in process of purchasing the building, and in doing so want to bring the building itself up to, this century aesthetics and really reposition it as their headquarters, including new terracotta entry, cladding that sort of directs you to where the entrance is at the building. Currently, the entrance is sort of recessed into the building. Adding a new storefront and awning. Right now, there is no awning, so there's actually a problem with water as you enter. It's sort of taking down all the fir trees and the antiquated planters that are in front of the building. And we're also taking down the mechanical penthouse, which is almost 4,000 square feet on the roof of a fourth floor. We're going to bring that down a couple feet with new mechanicals and just screening around it. And all that will be kept on the roof is a bulkhead right in front of that, which will also be screened. We're also adding some terracotta baguettes as screening around the parking, which is on grade right now. It's visible from the street, and we'll be eliminating that visibility just to sort of make it a cleaner structure, if you will.
What is a terracotta baguette, did you say?
Yeah,
Loaf
it's
bread?
it's screening. It's porous, so it's not actually adding FAR onto the building, but it's making it look like almost a monolithic down to the ground building.
Drawings seem to indicate there's a horizontality to it, is that?
Exactly. It's strips of terracotta that are spaced. They're about 3 inches wide, and then there's about 3 inches above between each one as well, just really so you're not looking at cars from the street. The intent, we've actually picked a sort of a grayish that works with the existing mortar and the brick. We're not trying to, do anything wild and crazy, really just make the building a little more classic looking.
Haven't been to ARC yet, have you?
I have not, so I'm not trying to present that to you.
Okay.
And then at the front, right now, there is an existing cottage, which I'm sure you're all aware of. We're having trouble really figuring out its provenance. We're pretty sure it started as a garage for the main property and was converted at some point between the 30s and the 70s because it has a concrete foundation, and it's been used as a residence by the previous ownership for the property manager for the whole office park. They've since moved out, and our intent is really to keep the same amount of screening as that existing wall, even though the height of that existing wall is not allowable per current code. So our new wall is designed at 3 feet with a terraced sort of landscaping back 10 feet, and then another 3-foot wall beyond that's planted out.
Was there ever any thought given to maintaining that cottage?
There definitely was, because some of us thought it was really cool, and, we definitely, we started with that, and really the ownership investigated that quite a bit, but as we explored it more and more, we started really focusing on the wall and realizing that it's been piecemealed over the years.
No, maybe perhaps at some removing the wall, but keeping that section of the wall and the cottage, keeping that as almost as a.
The cottage itself, in terms of programming for the tenant, unfortunately, we looked at renovating it, and the cost of renovating the cottage itself to be used as a conference center, it didn't make sense, because what we can do with the existing square footage by right from the penthouse is create the conference center on the first floor that's contiguous, that can be used year-round. We looked at the cottage for hoteling, but the cost to renovate that to the Delamar standards that the associates are used to just didn't make sense. And then it became, as an auxiliary storage space, more of a security concern because it's right on the street. We looked at reusing the gate and incorporating that, but it's actually like less than 6 feet tall, so you can't actually use that as an entry point because it doesn't meet code. You'd have to rebuild it anyway. And once you look at the wall, and I can sort of show you some of these photos.
Sadly, you're going to come upon one that is the reason for the question.
I
Your
took
photograph right in the middle there is the reason.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
It is definitely interesting. The cottage itself seems to have been built over it. It looks like whatever was historic was ripped down and then built back over it.
Do you have any meetings set up with the Historic District?
We don't. We saw that that's something that you guys were probably going to recommend, and we anticipate it. And we did go look in the historic records, trying to figure out more about the building, but the building itself really doesn't seem to have any historic significance. And if you go inside it, it's a badly laid out house on slab.
Okay.
Excuse me, just want to clarify, we looked at Ted O'Hanlon. We looked at the records that the Historical Society has online.
Mr. Hanlon, you got to.
And could not find anything. We have requested an opportunity to meet with them and go through the records on
Right.
site. So as I said at the beginning, it's an ongoing dialogue and an inquiry that we're doing. I understand that Mr. Luke is doing it as well. So we intend to continue to
Do
look
not
at
think
this.
that the commission has a standing on this, yes or no. Some people like the thought of examining it, and others do not. So don't think that this is a commission finding, because it's not been voted on.
Thank you. And some of the contextual images that are also presented here, besides the photos of the cottage showing it sort of overgrown and slightly dilapidated, the next set of images is of the stone wall itself, and you'll notice it's clearly been chopped off poorly and integrated in weird ways and added to over the years. The bottom images are of the adjacent commercial properties, which all have really well manicured, beautiful fences that are actually higher than code allows. We don't know how they got away with it. We're a little jealous. But in general, the idea of the bosque behind it, which is also impacted by the location of the cottage, is really to provide some enhanced landscaping, some screening of the building. We're repositioning the entry to show that to the street and actually improve the sight lines. Right now, there's quite a traffic problem at that wall on the end, at least, because the sight lines are something like 200 feet, and we're improving it by lowering the wall to about 450 feet. There's actually been accidents there from some of the occupants of this office building. Trying to think what else is on my list. I don't know if you have any questions.
Oh, it's pretty complete.
You're scheduled to demolish the cottage in early or mid-September right now.
We have an application in anticipation of this, and it's, I believe it's something that we could do as of right, but we really wanted to introduce it as a complete part of this project so that everyone in the town understands what we're trying to accomplish with that.
But
I guess, Mike, where I was going with my question is, would you be amenable to holding off until you've met with, if we were to, met with HTC, since a couple of us do have that interest,
Yes,
or?
we would be.
Okay.
We are interested in making sure that that you understand the reasons for it, and we're not trying to jump the process at all. So we would hold off and continue this dialogue.
Okay. That would
As
be
you know, we have to, we're going before the
ARC.
ZBA next week. We need a variance for the bosque in the front, and then we have to go before the ARC in September, and then we have to come back before you all. Our expectation was that, well, we would make our presentation tonight, you'll keep the meeting open, and then once we finish those, then we'll come back. Catterton is a good citizen and wants to do this right. So even though
We really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Or at least I do.
Yeah.
I really appreciate having the time to take a look at this.
No, it's a dynamic process, and, Mr. Lucas provided us with information, we've provided her back. There is some information from the assessor's office we can't reach until the 10th of August. There's some information from the Historical Society. We intend to put our cards on the table and show you why we're proposing to do this as the application.
I think, when we had our briefing session yesterday, Ms. Albin had thrown out the idea of perhaps trying to save the building and not the wall, or something which would be less of a problem for you. So I don't know if you have any interest in trying to think flexibly about that, to try to find some middle ground. I mean, that would...
We looked at trying to save the building and not the wall, trying to save the wall and not the building. First, we tried to save the building and the wall. But the problem is the cost of first, the programming and what it is you can use it effectively for, and then the cost of renovating
Yeah.
it.
I mean, the advantage for you in terms of, is that it's not included in your FAR at this point. So you really are not obliged in any way to put it to productive use.
I understand that, but we tried. I mean, you looked at this, it's from everything from storage to hoteling to part of the
Yeah.
conference center. It's difficult because, again, that there's no light inside there. It's a south-facing wall, and there's absolutely no light in there.
Yeah.
Wine storage?
Well, there's no, it's
not a
all
bad-
above grade.
It's not a bad
You
idea.
have to go down.
WHI, no.
It's a wine store.
I think it's wonderful for a building that's been just sitting there, that we have a restoration and modernization and have occupation.
Thank you, Mr.
Good.
Chief. That's sort of the conclusion we reluctantly came to, but that's, we'll walk you through it. What I'd like to do is ask Eleanor to describe what the Bosque is and why it is that you'll begin to see why the building itself is a problem for what we're seeking there.
Hello, my name's Eleanor Montefusco with Granoff Architects. I'm a landscape architect. Eleanore. Montefusco is Montefusco. I have the longest name.
Why don't you take the microphone?
So, as Sarah mentioned, we definitely want to update the building for the occupants. This is going to be their home for several years, so it's very important for the building presence to be further enhanced. And to do that, in addition to the architecture, is we're enhancing the plaza. That's right now, it's very old roof pavers that are red in color, and they have old brick planters. So to update that, we're proposing cleaner concrete walls, low walls with more modern type simple plantings. Right now it's very large overgrown trees and shrubs. So it's a more simplified planting palette. That also is a nice transition with the surrounding landscape, which is very natural, especially in the back area where there's a lot of ledge and there's wetlands on this side. The Bosque area is actually influenced by what you see around the area across the street where the CVS is. There's a lot of nice plantings with a row of trees. There's also down the ways, I guess, west and east, there are some low walls with trees and plantings. The Bosque is basically a fancy word for a row of trees, which the canopy enhances not only the facade of the building, it helps screen, it also creates an under canopy area that people, can take a phone call or a cigarette or just some time out when passing by. The current sidewalk right now is pretty narrow. I don't know if you've ever walked by, but especially with the wall being there and where the cottage is, you kind of want to lean against the wall while you're walking, and with the utility poles.
Spies there.
So lowering the wall, as you see on this diagram here, is a 3-foot wall. So we're actually making it more complying along the property line generally. So the blue line indicates the lower wall, which is the first level tier, if you will call it that. And going back, we're putting a new wall, which is actually 2 feet lower than the existing wall shown in red. This is the outline of the cottage here.
So it's still basically, it's at the same setback, the wall, because you're looking for a variance, right?
No,
The existing, do we have a picture?
walls in 2 sections.
But the wall is at the same distance.
The wall doesn't require a variance at the location and the height that it's at, the 3 feet. The variance, quite honestly, is only because you're not allowed to have seating and terrace in the front
patio,
yard.
It's the patio, the
It's
terracing,
literally
the
the
setback from the terrace. That's right, I'd forgotten, I'm sorry.
yeah. It's only the pavers that aren't allowed.
I'm sorry, I blanked. Yep, you're right.
Yeah, so to continue with the description of the Bosque, is we do have some paving and some furnishings and basically, more ornamental plantings, and it's primarily for aesthetics. It's for it's for passive use, if that. So it's not intended to be regularly used for outdoor conferencing or anything like that. It's an extension aesthetically from the large conference and small conference room that's proposed inside the building. And then to the point that I was trying to make about the lower wall and then the taller wall behind, at the 10-foot setback. It does improve the screening and the aesthetics of the existing 6-foot wall that's there with plantings and then with additional trees,
It's a matter of.
the canopies there. Since we're removing, some of the trees we're removing are significant in terms of size, but some of them are small. So we're including about 22, I think is the number, trees which are going to be further enhancing the whole streetscape there.
Well, I just want to add to the thinking about that cottage. It seems like leaving that at some kind of folly and incorporating it into this bosque could be quite nice. And so I don't see it as a problem. I think of it as something that could really add something to the scheme, as opposed to just having a rather significantly long display of trees. This would break that up, and also it's a fairly sizable and high structure that would also provide screening and interest.
The only thing I wanted to say about that is that would add, by the time we finish renovating, several $1 million to the budget.
But we're not saying to renovate it. You can just not renovate it, it's because it doesn't count for FAR. It's just, and what I think I heard Mr. Levy saying is, it doesn't really even have to be, when you say a folly, you just mean it's just
Like,
the
for an example,
structure.
you could make it like a gazebo. If you opened it up on the Bosque side, so that it wasn't a renovation per se, it was, you could open it up and have it be a pavilion or a gazebo type of feel on the office building side that could connect quite nicely into the landscape terrace.
You have the advantage of it not counting for FAR, so you're not forced to do anything with it. Somebody else might be, but you've got the great advantage of you can pretend it's not there.
I have a different issue that I want to go through the landscaping, and it regards with the house. Can we put the landscape plan up?
What was could you say that again?
He wants
Let
to
me
talk about the
discuss
landscaping.
what they're doing with the landscape and what we've been doing on the Post Road across the street with CVS. So just to confirm, you're tearing the entire wall down?
Well,
And
Yes.
I'm just getting from them, their intent is to tear that stone wall all the way down and replace it in the exact same place with a low wall that you can see through.
Not see through, see
Can't
over,
see through.
4
See
feet
over.
high.
No.
4 feet.
The wall is being preserved. I think, if you could show the spot there on your elevation where the wall is being preserved? No, okay, guess not.
That section is good to
This
look at.
drawing shows the section. The plan, if you can see up there,
Yeah.
is the location. So basically, this first one's up more, or south. The wall is generally running along the whole property line, that's 3 feet.
So-
Then it's the planting, and then a taller wall behind it.
But have you seen what the commission has done on West Putnam Avenue, across the street at CVS, the new grocery store, what we're doing with the auto dealership? We're trying to get a 3-foot buffer of grass, then the sidewalk, and then your plantings. By leaving the wall in that place, just as you said, we're not creating that buffer for snow plowing, for the pedestrians, and I think the whole look that we've really tried to do on the west part of town is to open up and get the green space along the post road there. And your plan really is just not addressing what is one of my concerns and what I think we've been pretty consistent on across West Putnam Avenue.
There's a reason for that, and David Ginter is the project engineer. I'd like him to address that.
Good evening, David Ginter from Redness and Mead. We have...
What's your name, sir?
David Ginter, Ginter. Knowing that the state has some regulations about the frontage out here, we anticipated that a grass snow shelf would be required, as is typically seen along most of Route 1 up and down Fairfield County. We have reviewed these plans twice with DOT, and they said that generally they only have restrictions up to the curb line, and that they would be amenable to whatever DPW has said. We've met with DPW, and they have said that in this area, the sidewalk as is being replaced as is acceptable to them with no snow shelf.
I'm saying the commission, not DPW or DOT. I said the commission on our site plans have requested that unless there's an extenuating circumstance, and I think you're tearing that wall down, you're doing extensive landscaping, and to create that wall 3 feet back or 4 feet back would, in my opinion, make it more inviting to the post-road traffic and open it up more.
Understand. I guess it's something we can certainly go back and consider. I mean, that would require an easement with the state to allow sidewalk to be crossing onto our...
What he's talking about is the town, and not the state, and not the legality, the appearance of the property with the wall. That's what he's referring to, I think.
He's saying
Did I say that correctly?
grass strip, then sidewalk,
In other words, it's very uninviting.
wall.
I understand that completely. I'm just stating that to accommodate that, we would need an easement with the state to allow the sidewalk, because right now you don't have enough width between the edge of the travelway and our property line to accommodate a grass strip plus a substantially wide sidewalk.
You already have a sidewalk there.
Are you saying then to add the grass strip between the sidewalk and our wall?
I'm saying between the DOT right-of-way, grass strip, like, just look across the street what happened at CVS, or down the road at the grocery store, because I can't pronounce the name.
Citarella.
So,
Cinderella.
I'm just asking you to take a look at that, so we're consistent with these new applications. And if you if you kept the house, then it might change the commission's point on that, because that's existing. But once you tear it down, then I feel we should be requesting that additional space.
I have to echo that concern. It seems to me that this is a very long stretch of sidewalk, and a 3-foot high wall is much better than what is there.
I would definitely study it, quite honestly. I haven't talked to the client about it yet, obviously, but if we minimized this island or changed it from 10 feet to 7 feet and put some grass at ground level, I don't see, as long as it fits the screening and planting, why that would be a problem, honestly. It's just zoning,
We just wanted
yeah.
consistent.
Yeah, no, I think zoning didn't direct, the zoning regulations
Right.
don't really say anything about that I'm aware of, so it's not anything we would have known to put in, so.
And also,
Yeah.
3 feet is much better, but 2.5 feet would be even nicer. It's a much nicer.
I'd rather keep it.
Oh, okay, the 2.5 feet of grass.
No, I'm talking about the height of the wall. I mean,
Oh.
it would even be perhaps nicer, at least if it modulated. It doesn't have to, because it's a very long stretch, and just the idea that you could feel like you could sit on the wall is a very inviting thing, and gives you just a better sense of walking along it.
I'm confused. So are you saying they should take down the old wall?
Well, that's what they're proposing.
But where would you come out on that, are you saying?
I appreciate what Andy's saying about some kind of green strip, because that just gives you, you don't feel like you're up against all the traffic.
And so you think that's better than keeping the existing wall?
Yes, I think it's probably better from the pedestrian.
So what you would do is suggest that they take down the old wall and keep the cottage?
And keep the cottage.
And keep
Let's
the
discuss the
cottage.
cottage. Wait a second. The cottage, folks, I'm not for or against it, but it's not the central theme of what these people have. If they're saying that they're in the midst of studying it, they haven't found verification of anything that's historic yet. It's in order for them to find out and to talk whether there is anything historic there or not. And I'm for that. But I don't want to, wouldn't be concerned if we made that the central theme of our advice to these people. It's an element for study. Katie, in her write-up, made allusion to that. They said they haven't found much evidence, but they'll meet with the Star Commission and review it and come back to us, period. There's a lot of concern that I think was evidenced about the presentation of the building as you go down Putnam Avenue, particularly relative to what's across the street. It could be very attractive in appearance, and he's giving some hints about some of the elements involved in that.
Yeah, I appreciate that advice. The only thing I wanted to address about the wall height, just to think about, and we'll look at it, is that 2 feet is actually more inviting, but that's might not be something necessarily that our client would want, only because people could walk up and then look at the mosque or walk over, yeah. So I would have to ask the client, and I personally prefer the 3 feet and then plantings, but.
Clear as a demarcation.
I can't hear you, sir.
The 3 feet makes it more clear that the wall is a demarcation of private property versus the public right of way. So we'd obviously have to consider that. These are all some interesting ideas, and we understand tonight we're going to continue the hearing, and we'll take a look at them and get back to you.
Okay, what other suggestions do we have for these
Just
people?
quick, how does the wall connect into that rock outcropping that's on the corner?
As you can see from one of the pictures, it's been constructed into that in various fashions, so it's not very pretty because you can see different iterations of it.
You have a big one.
You can see where they've tried to tie it in and a couple different things. It's just different periods of construction and all, but it's just mortar and rock there.
Right, but with the new wall, which is a low white wall, right? How would that? It's sort of like a modern look.
Yeah, it's
so
a good
to speak,
question.
Going into a natural area.
So the tricky part about that is the grade behind the wall in that area goes up, and there is ledge and there's natural area. So the proposed idea is to tear down the wall as far as we can up until that natural area, and where that grade can be stabilized. So to answer your question, it is going to be further studied, but the intention is to create that white wall and then leave the ledge that's out there. That's probably holding up most of that grade.
Okay, so you wouldn't be looking to take down any of that natural rock or anything there?
Not the large ledge, just because it feasibly, if it's holding up a lot of the natural area behind it.
Okay.
Okay, what else do we have?
On a more mundane note, as the sewer report says, the site plan does not show the existing sanitary sewer lateral and any sanitary sewer infrastructure, and they'd like you to fix that, I think.
We certainly,
I know that's been scoped and cited. We'll clarify that with the sewer. I'm comfortable that.
It just is supposed to be on the site plan.
Okay.
That's all. That's what they're asking.
Okay, what else do we have?
this is a curious shaped lot because of the way it was created. Behind it is wetlands and a stream.
Yeah.
Behind it is also a sewer easement, so there's really nothing you can do behind this. So the idea is to create this new headquarters building that will be seen from the street. The glass atrium is going to be a significant feature, and the idea being is with the glass and the combination of the vegetative screen, that would be more attractive. We have tried to imitate the the existing streetscape that's there, particularly with CVS and 591 next, these long, the long low wall and the vegetation. And Mr. Fox will study whether we can add a green strip in there, consistent with what you've described as the wishes of the. We've got a picture of it.
Okay.
You
What
had
else
a
do you have?
chance to look at the conservation comments, right, on the landscaping?
Yes, and we'll certainly take into consideration, would welcome suggestions as to the type of landscaping and the planning, but the idea is to, again, make that building visible from the street in an attractive way, and then maximize the glass of the atrium.
No,
She's all right with it.
we
She's-
support all that.
Yeah.
And just from a procedural standpoint, can you please submit an extension so that you can get past September 8th, which is when, by that point, you would
We
have
sure-
the ARC and whatever?
We sure will, yeah.
The next
So we'll
meeting. Thank
work
you.
it into the agenda. We go to ZBA next week and then on to ARC. So thank you for your time tonight.
Okay, wait a second. Any comments from the public? Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Christopher Semmes, S-E-M-M-E-S. I'm a longtime Greenwich person here. I agree with some of the suggestions Mr. Fox and Mr. Levy has put forth, but I strongly object to the destruction of the historical cottage and wall itself. This historical area adds a small part to the Great Way of Greenwich and New England, and I hate to see it lost. We've lost enough in Greenwich. The current wall and cottage provide a lovely private area for all people passing through this area. The application wants to cut about 30 mature trees and open up the area for what? I don't think we need to see the office building. It sounds really, really nice, but I think it's going to be more of a distraction for people going down the post road to see this. It's like CVS. Do we really need to see all of CVS there? Will this look like Route 7 interchange in Norwalk with no trees, small plantings, and concrete? Mature trees can be pruned as needed. Mature trees provide a buffer to noise and the not-so-glamorous office buildings. These trees clean our air, provide a lovely fall foliage for all to enjoy. Does the board really think people really want to look at more of an office park? I'm sure that in the board's opinion, this application is another slice of Greenwich that will be lost. As far as their research goes, they could go down and talk to Christopher Shields at the Greenwich Historical Society. There are maps down there that go back to 1900, 1908, and 1920. I really think it's not ugly, but it adds a nice privacy to the post road and the people going down that way. I just think this is going to be opened up to like a 2.5 foot, 3 foot wall, and it's just going to make another distraction. I think there's going to be a lot of accidents because people say, oh, wow, look at that. This is historical, and I hate to see, I think other avenues could be, they've done a lot of research on this, but I think that there could be a little bit more research with saving it.
Just to clarify, I said if they tear the wall down and if they tear the house down, then it should be put back at a location that is more in keeping with our other things. It's their choice if
Right.
and I didn't say tear it down. I said if they tear it down, then
Right.
it should be put back in a position that is more in keeping with the rest of our decisions on West Putnam Avenue.
Mhm.
Because I agree with the commission, the house and the wall, if it stays as is.
Right. I'm in favor of keeping it just as it is in total. And
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Does anybody else want to say anything? Okay, we're going to leave this open. Thank you. Next item,
Wasn't clear.
final site plan and special permit, 52 Brookside Drive.
To take the wall down, that's why I was trying to get one maybe to give clear direction, because it wasn't clear. You could tell if someone was.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. We were before you at the June 30th meeting. There were three issues that were brought up at that time and have been dealt with either by a change in the plan or opining by Mr. Kuchar, the zoning enforcement officer. The first was whether there was a half-story or attic. We have eliminated any space above the third floor and created a flat roof, and therefore there is no attic space at all. We have the mechanical equipment in the center of the building.
So so you've gone to the flat roof, so the mechanical equipment will then be on top of the roof?
Yes.
Because before it was down behind the parapet.
Yes. Why don't we show you a couple of renderings that will hopefully be
This
worth
was
1,000 words.
Okay.
This is our fear.
The second issue is whether the sitting room on the second floor, which is really part of the open hallway on the second floor, was considered a bedroom, and Mr. Kuchar indicated that, in his opinion, that was not a bedroom. And the third item was whether the carports were considered square footage, and we opened them up on the sides so that there are at least two ends open for each of the carport areas. I would remind you, this is in the general business zone. It's sort of an odd piece of property. You actually have the GB on the corner of West Putnam, this property. The next property is zoned RPHD-E for the 7,600 square foot, 12-unit Pathways home. Then you have an R6 zone, and then you have the Greenwich Close Apartments. Across the street from it, you have the essentially loading dock for AMP, and then AMP's parking lot, which is hardly ever used across the street as well. So, and to add, the Porsche service building, which you approved at the last meeting, is to the west. And we have two commercial buildings, an office and a retail lighting store to the north. So it's very much a hodgepodge of an area. My client's looking to provide a new building here that, except for the front yard setback, conforms to the regulations.
Can you just tell me what, is this going to be a shelf out here or something? It looks like it's a cap on a retaining.
Oh, sorry.
It looks like it's a cap on the retaining wall back here, and then it goes out, and that becomes like a shelf. Is that correct, or?
Well, it's the, this is all pretty deep.
I'll have our architect address that.
My name is Rob Voto, last name spelled V-U-O-T-T-O, from Crozier Getty Architects. These were initially light wells. We were discussing with the zoning officer that initially he wanted to see them all the way to the floor, but he's then accepted that they be at the grade level. So we no longer need these wells around the perimeter of the building.
So what you're saying is that the building that you now see is not what we're looking at?
Sorry.
No, that the that white shelf
Yes.
would be eliminated. There would just be brick and then the, and grass to that brick, and then the,
Will the lattice work go down and follow will the bottom of that be following the grade, or will it be a straight line?
we were going to have it as a straight line as presented. We can have it go to grade, since that grade does drop off there.
I only bring it up for one reason. I mean, I'm bringing these things up for, especially on this elevation, only because I know ARC has had a comment for you to address the elevation on the street, making it, I guess, more friendly, or I don't know exactly what that term means, but I think they were not, I'm paraphrasing what they said to you, so my question is, will there be changes to this elevation to respond to that, or?
The two windows that are on the left-hand side of that elevation have been added. That's one of the things that ARC was looking for, was to have a little bit more of a, rather than a blank wall, having windows.
Oh, that's okay. Now, around the front, I think the last time you were here, there was a question of, does lattice work go down into the light well?
No, after speaking with the zoning enforcement officer, he wanted it just to grade.
Just to grade?
Correct.
Okay.
I believe those are the only outstanding items.
Well, the one, we got onto this thing because we were talking about the roof.
That's true.
Question is this shows still the parapet now?
This is a flat roof
with parapet.
with the parapet around that will look just like it did when we took it to ARC previously when they approved it. And then the mechanical equipment will go
It's gonna be-
in the
But it'll
center.
be screened by the parapet.
Correct.
Thank you.
So, okay, so, I'm coming. So what ARC said is that if you changed it I'm sorry, how's that? Okay, so what ARC said was that if you changed it after they reviewed it, that you needed to go back for a review with them. That's how I'm reading that. The applicant needs to return to ARC if changes are made after the review with P&Z, but really you changed it before you reviewed it with us.
No, he's
I'm just
reviewing it now.
asking,
A couple of things.
do you need to go back to ARC at this point?
We have to go back with the construction
No,
documents.
but see, if I read their approval, it makes it seem like you would need to go back now. Because you've made changes. Am I wrong? They've made changes to the design, and what they said is if you make any changes to the design, you need to go back to them.
Right, that's what Ms. Tominski had said. Yes.
The only changes that we've made are to eliminate that blank wall by putting in windows. From the street and from driving down Brookside Drive, you will see it exactly as it was approved by ARC.
But didn't you add
They saw it with the lattice work?
Yeah, I was going to say, isn't the lattice
Thought
work?
that was
That's, I
added
think
after
that's a
that.
big change also.
I think you need to go back to them. I'm
Plans
sorry.
were
Well-
filed with them being non-wells. that was revised.
We were showing those as light wells, not as lattice.
The setback of the neighboring structures, I understand you have a variance for the front yard setback. And I think this is actually a good example of why it behooves applicants to go to the commission with their proposal before they go to the zoning board of appeals, because now you have a variance of the setback, but the commission, you know, in understanding this project from a special permit standpoint and how this relates to the neighboring buildings, may not agree that, because is this going to be set back significantly closer to the street than the other buildings?
No.
So they're also at the 30 feet. So in other words, there's
They're
being
all
a
at about
continuous line.
approximately 25 feet back.
Okay, so there'll be a continuous line of?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, no, that was one of the
Selling
aspects that we brought to the zoning board of appeals, not just the fact of the topography of the site, which drops off very steeply to the west, but that there's a section of the regulations that says if you have 3 parcels in a row that are less than the setback in a commercial zone, that you would average those. And when you average them in this instance, you take the building on the corner, which is in the GB zone, our existing building, and the Pathways building, you would actually be closer to Brookside Drive than what we're proposing and what the Board of Appeals granted. And the reason that we could not use that section is because it requires 3 buildings in the same zone. And this street has 2 buildings in the GB, 1 in the RPHDE, 1 in the R6, and 1 in the multifamily RMF.
And that's.
So it's quite a different zoning neighborhood.
You were at ARC on a June 3rd meeting. You then came to us, and the lattice work was not in the lattice work appeared on drawings you gave us that night at the meeting, but I don't believe that it was, it wasn't in the June 3rd presentation to ARC, so.
We're happy to have that as a condition of approval when we go back to ARC.
Can you confirm on your FAR drawing 100, the garages are what you indicated, A, B, C, and D?
You can use these. I have a full set.
You can borrow
Or you
mine.
can use a full set. Here. Here.
Yes, these are the areas that are included as part of that.
Those are the garages.
And these are open through.
Right. And roughly how big a space is that between the door and the, I mean, what size of cars parking in there?
That's 30 feet deep.
Yeah, all the way to here.
All the way to there. So
So-
we're approximately 20 feet there. So we have enough room for what would be
No,
a standard
I
garage
just-
space.
Every Fiat made will park there.
Actually, I think we could park.
probably get 2
I think we could park 2 there.
Tandem, okay.
Mr. Hagney, I'd just like to ask a question about the roof and, is there stair access to the roof?
I don't think we were providing that, no.
So you'd have to get there out, up to the roof externally?
Yes.
Okay, so when you service anything up there, they have to go there.
They're going to have a good-sized ladder.
For better or for worse?
Good luck getting your building permit.
Well, I'll assume then that we have final site plan approval, and I'm ready to go for the building permit.
No, why did it do that?
One of the,
The access to the roof. For building code, you have to provide access to the mechanical equipment now that it's on the roof, and they won't allow you to go over an outside parapet.
There may be the need to put a pull-down stair and a hatch from one of the units.
one of the ARC.
That in the lease.
Oh, sorry. I beg your pardon. One of the ARC comments that was made in June was that the front elevation be made more street-friendly. Could you walk us through what changes you made to the elevation to make it more street-friendly?
I just mentioned that before. This had been a complete blank wall, and we've put 2 windows in with the shutters to give it a little bit more of a street presence.
So there's no, so that's it, just the windows? There was no thought for
A door,
a
because.
door or a porch or?
There is one other building on the street, on the other side of Brookside, that also has its side to the street. But the rest of the buildings face forward, and I think that's what ARC was having a problem with.
This is a general business zone. It could have an office building here that would have a side entrance. The difficulty we've had here, and we started out with a 5-unit plan, and we could actually put 6 units here based on the area. And what we realized is because of the topography and because of the narrowness of the lot, and because we have here 30-foot side yard setbacks, you're squeezing the building so it becomes long and narrow, and then as it becomes long and narrow, it drops off steeply to the rear, because you have about a 30-foot change in elevation from the front to the rear property line. And trying to meet that challenge really brought us to the point of you can't have 5 units here, that 4 units works. But also,
And only if you,
the other issue that we had to deal with is the driveway that's there now is somewhat steep, but it works. And we went to Public Works and we said, can we keep this driveway as is, or do we have to meet the current requirements of the 4% grade at the road and then no more than 10% going down? And they said, we want you to change the pitch, which meant that we had additional grading to do here. And that worked against having any kind of front yard presence or street presence for the building.
Is the landscaping proposed in the front there, would it be such that it would cover the brick area? Because that may kind of bring down the scale of that facade a bit so that it's blended a little bit more. Do you see what I mean? That if the brick area was covered with landscaping, then from the street you might just see this part, which would be more residential. Because I appreciate what you're saying, that you could do this with the office, but you have designed, this is a residential building. And so as such, it's not an office building, it's a residential building. And how can we keep that, have that be a bit more in keeping with the other residential buildings in the area?
We did have an extensive landscaping plan that was reviewed by ARC, and we do show a row of hedges here, which are azaleas along the front. We could change that to something that creates a little bit more height.
Are those flowering?
Yes.
So okay. So
They're a
that
flowering
right.
bush along the front.
Well, something is.
And we're
but azaleas take a long time to get big.
showing street trees on the side and on the front.
Just something with some color, just so it's not, a big green wall, effectively.
So we can amend that to include a larger plant that provides for some color and
perhaps some
greenery.
depth too, so that there was something in front of it, so that it kind of steps down a bit, so it's not just that.
There's a couple of things. Have they made enough changes to this since ARC saw it that they should go back to ARC, in which case we shouldn't be screwing around with it because it's their job, not ours? I mean, that's really the question. When ARC saw this, it didn't have the lattice work, and you've put the windows in since then on the side. And basically, they said if you
really
change, yeah, I know, but they said if you changed it, you should come back, as I read their letter. As I read it, I mean, does anybody have any thoughts on that?
Well, we can still approve it and have them go back.
Have them go back.
And I have no problem, because we're going to go back with the construction
I just feel
documents
like
anyway.
We shouldn't really be, yeah, but I want it to be, I don't want you to go back when you're that far down the road if they have a problem with it. I don't like the way you keep, that makes me nervous that you keep going, oh yeah, right before we build it, we'll like run by there, because they had some concerns. So, and I don't feel like it's our job to be redesigning it for you. That's what they do.
It is certainly not our intent to create any anxiety or nervousness.
Of course not.
And so what we can do, and what is often handled with minor changes, we submit it in an electronic format. It gets circulated around to the ARC members. If they have an issue, then we go back and review it with them prior to the construction documents. If they do not have an issue, then we bring in the construction documents for review.
And if they do have an issue, then you would go back to a
Then we go
full
back
meeting.
before
For a
we
full
prepare
meeting.
the construction documents for a full meeting.
Right.
Yes.
No, I was just going to say that all of these, if we were of a mind to decide this one tonight, that I think that the return to ARC could be done, as you say, in this format, or it could certainly be done before you go for, you get a zoning permit. I mean, I know
Yes.
your drawings are further along, but that's up to you.
Okay.
I mean, to decide, but one way or the other, we would need an approval from ARC before the zoning permit is issued.
And that's certainly
Okay.
understood.
Any comments from the public? Okay, should we close, people?
I think so.
Okay,
Thank you.
we close. Let's take a 10-minute break.
Oh, okay. He's refreshing his brain.
That's right. She taught the curve.
We are on 200 Greenwich Avenue. Thank you. 200 Greenwich Avenue, an application for a text amendment.
Good evening, members of the commission. Chris Bristol, representing 200 Greenwich Avenue, LLC. A couple thoughts on this and the related application that's following. I anticipate that the site plan special permit is going to require more discussion than the text amendment. We can talk about that first and then get to the other one subsequently. Or if you want me to address the text amendment stuff now, we can do so and then follow in order the agenda. Do you have any thoughts?
No, whatever you prefer.
Well, I guess what I prefer.
We have to open it tonight, that's all we have to do.
Yeah, well, I mean, what
would you like?
We can, I guess, for purposes, we can open the text amendment, but I would ask that actually it be postponed because we're of the anticipated discussion about the site plan special permit application.
Okay.
So is it open or postponed? So if we-
I'm sorry, I'd like to open it.
Open it,
and
right.
continue. I'm
And
sorry.
then continue it.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct.
All right, and how much time do we have on?
And you could just provide us with an extension. There's plenty of opportunity for an extension,
Yeah,
so if
'cause
that's
it's
okay with
only
you
open-
to.
No, actually, maximum is to the 12th of.
That's just to open it. So once it gets
Oh,
open, we have
cool,
the
cool.
35 days. Yeah.
Okay, shoot.
Okay, so we're moving on to the next one then? Okay.
Yes.
All right, next application, again, Christopher Bristol representing the applicant, 200 Greenwich Avenue LLC, in the site plan special permit application to propose a conversion of the second floor retail space of the building to be converted to office, which would bring the total use group 2 office space in the building up to use group 2C, meaning that there's over 20,000 square feet of office space in the building. Just a very brief history, and then we can sort of talk about any of the open issues. The building was built in the mid-90s with pursuant to site plan 926, granted in 1983.
Yes, but you said it was built in 96.
It was mid-'80s. I was going for mid-'80s. I apologize. But yes, pursuant to Site Plan 926, approved in 1983, and also part and parcel of that was a variance from the 2 variances from the Board of Appeals. And just to be clear about the 2 variance applications that are quoted in the staff report, first of all, the variance that the original developer sought and received was appeal number 6508. And that was in 1979, and that was seeking, I'm sorry, I'm going backwards. The first appeal that the original developers obtained was in number 6177, and that was in 1979 as well. And that sought approval of a new building containing commercial, retail, office, and church use. What they had sought was a variance of 6103 to permit church use in the CGBR zone, and also of a variance of 6130 to have a building that extends beyond the rear property line that's on the property. Part and parcel of that earlier variance was the inclusion of an elderly housing component into this building, so it was a much larger building. Progress on the project was delayed, and subsequently the original developer sought a reaffirmation of those variances after the earlier ones lapsed. And the board at that time granted and denied in part their request. The request of the second variance did not include the elderly housing component. So the variances obtained that permitted construction of the building was a variance of 6130, which permitted a building to extend beyond the rear property line, and a variance of 6103, which permitted the church uses in the CGBR zone. Okay, so that in connection with the Site Plan 926 permitted construction of this existing building. The site plan under which it was originally built, approved and built, provided for retail space on the second floor.
Oh, Could we go back a minute?
Sure.
The Appeal 6508
Yes.
was denied in part.
Yes.
And granted in part.
Yes.
As I read it, the part that was denied was the relocation of the rear building line, because the housing, which they say was the low-income housing for the elderly, which was a material factor in the board granting appeal number 6177, and therefore the request for reaffirmation had to be denied. So in other words, they're not, they say they approve it partially, again, I think for the parish hall, but they deny it for they gave you a variance of the rear property line in the earlier appeal, and they took it away in this appeal. Is that correct?
That's not correct. If you look at the decision, I'm looking at page 532 of the staff report.
Me too.
Okay, and I'm looking at the very last line where it says, but the requested variances of sections 103, or 6103 and 6130 of the regulation to permit construction of a parish hall are hereby granted. So it seemed to me in looking at everything that they had originally, in the earlier plan, had looked at the same variances for a different buildings that contain different uses, that included the elderly part. Yes.
But this is, and you were there when we were asking these questions yesterday, then the read is that it's for the church-related use. Okay, so just, at the bottom of that last paragraph on 532, to the proposed church-related use of the property and to the extent necessary for such use.
Of section 6130 of the regulations.
So it's only for as long as it is coincident with the church uses, is that correct?
I read it slightly different. I think they related it.
I think Nancy.
I think they viewed it in terms of a church
I was
use.
asking you yesterday, right?
I think what they did was they said that they weren't permitting, although it's all contained in the same building, I think everyone understands that we're talking about one connected building. It's that contains church on one side and the commercial components on the other. What had been originally proposed was a bigger building that included that elderly housing component. They came back and said, no, we're not including that elderly housing component of it, but we wanted more building anyway. So they said, no, not so fast for more building, but we are giving it insofar as there's church use involved.
Okay.
But let me ask you a question.
Specifically says, for the construction of a parish hall. And that's what the variances were approved for.
Okay.
Church-related use.
And then it says for the last sentence in that paragraph on 532, says it was, those variances were approved so you could build the parish hall.
So I think Mr. Bristol was agreeing that it's church-related use, that the variance is granted only for church-related use.
And for the rear building line, it says it right here.
Well,
I'm not really disputing
Accordingly,
that.
the requested variance of section 6130 of the regulations to construct housing is denied, but the requested variances of section 6-103 and 6-130 of the regulations to permit the construction of a parish hall are hereby granted.
Yeah, you need a based upon 6130, the language of 6130, you can't go past the rear property line without a variance.
Right,
So,
we know
I
that.
understand.
yes.
We knew that.
Yes.
But the other thing, though, that I thought is if you,
Yes?
it's interesting because when you, I guess I got confused anyway, but anyway, when, in your letter, you say that you're not, that they didn't relocate the rear building line. They just gave you a variance to go over it?
Correct.
So that is why in your letter, you claim that you can't take advantage of that 15,000 square foot?
I think that's correct. If you look at section 6103,
Yeah, I
right?
know.
103.1, which sets out the use regulations for this CGBR.
Right.
If you look at
No, I understand that, but because that's all contingent on the rear property line.
yes, so what? So
When they varied it for this site, did that in effect relocate it? Because,
no, there's no mention made of anything anything about relocating the park,
well, yeah,
the
that was what the
building.
whole appeal was about.
It was what you know. I'm sorry.
The first appeal clearly says, not 6508, the applicant also requests variance of the rear property line requirements under section 6130 and 6205.1.
A variance allows you to do something contrary to the regulations. It doesn't relocate anything. It would take an action, I think, of this commission to relocate a property line that extends and affects other properties up and down the avenue. And just so, here, I wanted to show you what the original. Here, if you look at here's the site plan from the building permit files. I know it's I had to get a picture of it and sort of work from that. So it's a little bit. Existing building, again, this is as it was developed. Church, right? That's the existing building on the corner. This was the new building, and if you look, part of the construction is this over here, and it connects the building. So you have a property line here, or a rear building line here, okay? And what you had to do was seek a variance to cross it because this crosses it, this new construction crosses it, and it connects everything together.
So where's the parish?
Where is the,
I'm sorry?
The parish hall. The parish hall on that site plan.
The parish hall is actually up on the second floor. That would be here.
And
on the first floor, there's a connector on the first floor as well. If you're going along the avenue, you see the steps down and you go inside. That's this space in here.
Okay.
Okay. So you have existing church connection. Okay, and then it flows into the rest of the building. The bottom floor, on the ground floor, again, everyone's familiar, you go down a few steps and you go inside. That's the connector, and also on the second floor, when you go across into this space up here, that's where the parish hall is. So that's how everything is folded together.
Okay.
And if you need more specifics, we actually have Rudy Ribberg, project architect, and the property manager here as well. But that's how everything is laid out. And I think that Mr. Maitland had a question yesterday about some few 3,000 or so extra square feet of floor area. That's on the bottom. It wasn't taken into account, at least by my calculations, because we weren't dealing with any of those church uses.
yeah, but the approval, the letter that approved this project had the 13,000 some odd square feet on the second floor.
When I was doing the calculations, I didn't, because we weren't using that for any of the calculations, any of the parking calculations or anything. We have 9,000 and change up here, giving on the second floor, okay? And then, based upon at least this original site plan, we have on the first floor, it's called out as about 3,800 square feet of floor area on the first floor that connects the two. I think that probably was the result of the question.
Even though it was called for on the second floor, it got relocated to the first floor?
That's how I read everything, and looking through it, looking at the plans.
I'm still trying to figure out, can you draw the line where the rear building line is?
The building line is right about here. Okay, so it goes across the edge here, again, bisects this connector and bisects the church that's now connected to everything.
So the only part of this building that's sticking over the rear building line is what?
Is the new connector that was built, as part of the site plan
How
and
about
the
when you
church.
go up to the next floor, second floor? Does that go beyond the rear building line?
It's the second floor.
Is that the second, that's the first floor?
This is the first. Maybe Rudy can help out.
Okay, that's what I didn't remember.
The first floor. He's asking if any part of the second.
Till-
So I'm sorry. The question was if any part of the second floor crosses the building line. No, the first floor connector. This is a first floor connector. It's a one-story.
Anything that violates the rear property or rear?
I mean, and the existing church that's also part of this building as well. So it's this and this.
But they didn't need the variance for the church, because the church was, The church was already there, so the variance doesn't apply to the church itself, to the church building.
But it would apply to the new connection, and I would submit to you that if I was doing that today and connecting a building, you'd treat all the building as one as opposed to parsing it out like that. So this is certainly new construction. This is called out as new construction as well, that connects the two.
No, I know that.
Okay.
All right. But okay.
And again, I mean, there's no, vertical.
Your letter implies that the rear building line has been crossed, and therefore you can't avail yourself of the 15,000 square feet of credit.
Exactly. And I think evidence of that is the fact that there was a variance on file for that very reason of 6130. In other words, we're not allowed to build this without that 6130 variance of going beyond a rear property line.
Not 6130, it's 6103.
No, it would be 130, I think. 103 is the CGBR use regulations.
Yeah, well, that's the one that gives you the credit for the 15,000.
Yes.
But 130 is for the...
130 is for building lines.
line.
Correct.
I'm stuck in...
Okay, comments? What do we have,
Well,
guys?
I mean,
Anything?
I think, okay, go ahead.
You guys go.
No, it's you.
No.
Richard, you? No?
I guess I was.
Take my turn?
Shoot.
Are you still presenting? I mean, that's a different... Sorry. I don't want to interrupt your presentation. I don't know whether you finished or not.
I guess I just, all along those lines, I would just have pointed out, again, until we start going through questions, would be the provisions of 6130, which says no building or addition to, either above or below grade, shall be constructed nearer to a street. Sorry, that's probably not the right one. No portion.
Second paragraph.
Yes, thank you. So it would be the second paragraph, which prohibits having a building cross the rear property line.
Okay.
Richard, have you finished?
Yeah, but we're like the Supreme Court. They may start and say 3 words and we're on them, immediately. So that's the end of your argument at the Supreme Court is you get 3 words.
I want to go see Loretta.
Well, let's see what we can get now.
Please.
So,
Go ahead.
as I understand it, I wasn't in the room for the whole briefing yesterday, so my apologies if I'm jumping on some new track on you.
Okay.
My understanding is, well, why don't you tell me what the basis of your claim is? Let's do it that way.
My position, insofar as the basis of our claim is this, is that under 6141, okay, what we have today is a non-conforming use. In that, we have retail space for which we cannot provide parking. Okay, we have space on the second floor for which we don't have enough parking to justify it. So, on that basis, what we're proposing to do is change the use of that second floor and thereby reduce the parking demand, thereby bringing the site into more conformance with today's regulations. Which is the ultimate goal of zoning regulations, zoning law in general, was to bring everything more into harmony and compliance with the regulations.
Okay, so the use on the second floor is retail, according to the site plan, is that correct?
Correct.
Is it your position that retail is not a permitted use today in that portion of the building?
My position is...
Please,
I'm sorry.
Just answer my question. Is it your position that retail is not a permitted use in that portion of the second floor?
Not without parking. In this site, not without providing parking pursuant to the regulations. And what I've shown you in the submittal that I'd given you a week or so ago, is that under current regulations as interpreted, we do not meet the parking requirements.
For the whole building? It seems to me, okay, the retail use on the second floor is presently a permitted use in this zone. And to meet the requirement of 141, you have to show that there is a currently non-conforming use. You have taken the issue of parking, which is a separate issue, from use. And you have melded it together for the sake of making a legal argument. But the parking is parking a parking garage for a whole building. And it seems to me that you have chosen to say that little piece of the second floor doesn't have parking. It's the building that doesn't have parking. The building has uses which are some conforming. The third floor has a legally non-conforming office use. The use on the second floor is a permitted use today. You cannot then say that 141 applies. You must have a use that's not.
Let me ask a question that comes up. The office use on the second floor is a permitted use.
The use right now is a permitted use.
The office use on the second floor is a permitted use.
As long as it's under 15,000.
20,000.
20,000, so it's 9,000 square feet. So it's a permitted use. They want
It's
to.
not a permitted use because it takes it over the 20,000. I mean, you've got, that's what we have in this zone, a permitted use to 20,000. No, ma'am. My apologies.
So what I would submit is that if I were to introduce a use into a property, into a building today, I think everyone would agree that I'd have to meet the parking requirements for that use, whatever they may be, in whatever zone and whatever the regulations would say. Based upon what I've shown you, that we do not meet the parking, and the change that I'm proposing actually reduces under the regulations by 36 or 37 parking spaces the total parking demand for the entire site, and thereby brings everything more into conformance with the regulations, is less detrimental because it does reduce the parking demand. And
It creates a use which takes it over 20,000 square feet, which makes it not a conforming use. It is currently in use. You're taking a building's parking issues and you are applying them to one small piece.
Yeah, okay, so let me say it. Let me see if I can say that the retail use is a conforming use being carried out in a non-conforming way. Because the parking, they're saying, is not being done in a conforming way, but it is a conforming use. They are proposing to replace it with a totally non-conforming use. That's what the point you're making?
Yes.
Got it.
And my point response is that what we are proposing is a change that actually reduces the parking demand of the site. Again, what we'd have to do is, under today's regulations, factoring in the fact that we are not able to avail myself of the exception.
Pragmatic question.
Sure.
Pragmatic business question. First, can you hold the parking aside, okay? Because I think Nancy had a very good point about the parking. Keep that aside. Okay. Is the second floor a malleable piece of real estate for retail?
I'm sorry, what do you mean by malleable?
Can you sell retail?
Workable.
The whole, I didn't want to get into.
The whole exercise started because the second floor is not sellable.
That's exactly correct. It wasn't mine. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And it's, so that's a major point of consideration. So what you're doing is you're using parking kind of surreptitiously, if you will.
Exactly.
Or kind of like to get around the fact that you have an unsellable piece of real estate. That's my conclusion. Am I right?
I mean, I genuinely think that, again, if we were looking at any use, aside from the background of this particular property, if I had a use for which I could not provide parking, I would say that to change that to a use where there's a less parking demand and something that's more compliant would be beneficial and less detrimental to the neighborhood, and we would be able to do it under 6141.
Because I think pragmatically, you're never going to, the commission is faced with this, I think. And I think it's debatable, but I think it's pragmatic that we can decide to leave from a viewpoint of have the second floor vacant into the future or not. That's what's before us in one way. Is that correct or not?
I guess somewhat. I guess they're in a very real way. Okay, what premises something like this, and it starts us looking and thinking in these terms about what we can do to a building. It started by market conditions.
How long has the second floor been vacant?
Actually, if you have questions about that, we actually have a property manager who can speak very specifically about that topic.
Hi, I'm Joanne Gallo. Our second floor has been vacant for almost 2 years now, and prior to the vacancy of Baker, I had it marketed for a year and a half. In this time frame, we were close to doing one deal, and that was with the Gap, at a very, very reduced number. So we were willing to do it because having a vacancy of that size hurts us tremendously. The Gap, as we all know, decided to close stores and so on and so on, and actually tried to reduce the number even further. That, had we even contemplated that, would have hurt the rest of the retailers on the avenue as well, basically giving away our second floor. So they were willing to just pay us what the going rate was for your first floor. So that deal just fell through, and we haven't had anything since. And unfortunately, I'm not sure how many of you have read the retail news, but Saks has decided to open up an accessory store. We are literally across the street from them, and that would be the best thing to have someone walk out of one department store and go to their next one, and they opted to not even consider 200 Greenwich because we have to provide vertical transportation, which we cannot. It's second floor. There's really no window presence on the avenue. As much as I've tried to create a theme of possibly doing banners and awnings, it doesn't appeal to anyone. And it has nothing to do with economics. There's just not a market for it. 30 years ago, it was different. You had your big box retailers. You had furniture stores. You had bigger department stores. That's all changed. Everyone on the avenue is really looking for your small 1,500 square foot, 2,000 square feet. I have 3,500 square feet left for, I think it's been about a year and a half as well, from Victoria's Secret, that we just cannot sell. And it's not our numbers, because we're actually substantially lower than some of the retailers in the middle of the avenue. So we wish we could do it. We don't want to put them, to convert to office is $1 million investment. That's really something, that's a high number as well. So if we could find a retailer, that'd be great, but they just don't exist.
I don't think, I believe in what you're saying, because I think it's pretty transparent how retailing has changed, and that the fortunate part of it is that we do have so-called specialty stores, which still have dynamics associated with it. But I think I'm troubled by it because it's counter to our current regulation. But that second floor, it will never sell in today's world.
No,
as a retail outlet, unless you're lucky.
The positive side to even having, the office is not exactly the use that you were aiming for, but if we had office there, we're looking at 20 or 30 employees that will actually leave at lunchtime and go shopping, and will give business to your restaurants and the other retailers, and will provide something, and they won't take away from any parking because they're already in the building. My tenants do spend a lot of money. They order breakfast in for all their staff, they order lunch, they order dinner, they go shopping during lunchtime in the summer or when the weather's nice in early spring. We're maintaining the vitality of the avenue somehow. By leaving it dark, it's driving down the street. I don't know how often you've seen our building. From 2008 to 2012 were the worst 4 years. I had vacancy after vacancy. I would fill up one side, and I'd have the other side of retail empty for a long period of time. Originally, when the building was built, all we had was Ann Taylor, which took up the south side, and you had Victoria's Secret that took up the north side. Gone. Ann Taylor left in 2009. It sat vacant until we demised it into smaller stores, and that was the only way to make it work.
You used to have the Fleet Bank.
That I don't recall.
So have you done anything to make the parking more accessible to the public? I noticed the hours, it's closed on Sunday. It's, I don't, you know, one of the issues with retail is having parking, and if the garage is closed on Sunday, how do you service your retail tenants?
Well, the thing for the garage being closed on Sunday, we followed what the previous owner had done. We've had current ownership has had the building since 2005. If I have to open the garage, I can. The issue is I don't have anyone on staff Saturdays and Sundays. So if there's an issue where someone does get trapped, we've had problems in the past. Gates don't go up and things of that nature. I just don't have anyone here on a weekend to accommodate it. But if I have to, be agreeable to that.
I'm just trying to make your application more appealing by providing parking to the public on the weekends by leaving gates up, signing, but I don't hear any thought of
If that's something, if that's something that, again, we're just talking about it now. I know there was a question about it. If that's something that everyone feels strongly about, I'm sure we can do that. I would also point out, again, that pursuant to the previous approvals, there's also the 27 spots that are always open to the public as well for retail shoppers as well. So that remains consistent as well.
The garage is closed. So how do you provide them?
So my point is that we have no problem doing that. We have no problem doing that. And again, what I wanted to propose as part of this application, and I tried to make it clear in my letter as well, is that there is that garage plan that was part of the garage operations plan, I think it was called, that was signed off in 1990 or 91, that sort of sets forth how everything goes. We'd be more than willing to enter in and perhaps incorporate that in the...
Not my property.
I understand. No, I understand it's not your property. But listening to a commission member's suggestion, we'd be certainly receptive to that. And what we had anticipated doing, assuming we got further down the road, was to, again, agree to provide the town with that garage operations plan so everything is set. So we detail tenants and parking and hours of operation. I don't know if you looked at that operation plan. So something that updates that and brings it today so that everyone's on the same page as to how it operates, how it functions, making sure that everything is tight.
You were never supposed to, the approval letter has it open Monday through Saturday.
And that's, I think that's what Ms. Gallo
condition.
was referring to. However they had done it before, that's what they were continuing to do.
We have a basic.
No, she said
we
that
have
they
a
don't have
basic-
people on Saturdays or Sundays, and so she can't do it. But the approval letter says, and then subsequently comes in the operations plan, but the approval letter
Which
says.
we'd be fine with that.
Yeah. Oh, you could...
Our section 141B it says, a non-conforming building, lot, or use. This has a conforming use. It has retail on the first floor.
But it is a non-conforming building.
I would
But
submit
the
that if I was
use-
introducing a use, I'd have to provide parking for
The
it.
request is to change the use, not the building.
I know,
The
I get it.
use is legal. We cannot use this section to change a conforming use to a non-conforming, conforming use to a non-conforming use. It just,
I disagree. I think if I had a building today and I was proposing a change of use, an integral question would be, well, how are we going to satisfy the parking? And if you can't, we would be denied. I think on that basis, you have to look at them in tandem together.
But it's not a non-conforming use.
Well,
is it?
it's not a non-conforming use.
It's a non-conforming building, and
That's
without
a
this
different
approval.
item, a different item.
Legally non-conforming building.
Okay. What else, guys?
I think we need to look at this. I think you're sensing support for
We're trying to help.
certain things on it, but we're having a real problem getting over the nut of the use
And that's why
what the building is.
And the
Is it the
20,000.
non-conforming building that you're modifying? Is it the non-conforming use that you're changing? Exactly what is it? The building is non-conforming as to use and parking. So you're going to change it to a building which is non-conforming to parking.
Less non-conforming to parking.
Less non-conforming to parking, and then it would be non-conforming to use. Or non-conforming to use, because now you've gone over the 20,000 square foot.
You know, we want to be, try to be helpful. We like to think that we could be helpful. I mean, you can always find a solution. I mean, you could divide the building, and then it's 2 buildings, and then you're fine.
That wouldn't work.
That wouldn't work. I understand, but you could condominiumize it. You could do lots of things to try to figure out how to do this. But we're stuck here with this. You have 20,000 feet. We can't go over the 20,000 feet.
Again, I still maintain that. I mean, regardless of what some things have been said, I maintain that it is a non-conforming situation in that we have a use for which we can't satisfy all the parking. And so that's the existing condition. As proposed, if you look at everything as I laid out, given the employee density and that confirmation, the fact that we are still maintaining the 27 spaces to the public, the fact that we're very receptive and we would agree to open it to the public for public parking.
Then put it differently. It is a non-conforming situation. You have a conforming use for which you don't have conforming parking. Okay. The problem is that you're proposing that you must be creating a lesser nonconformity, and that's where we're just so stuck.
The lesser nonconformity is decreased
because
parking.
the use becomes, this is what Mrs. Raymer keeps saying, you may make the parking conforming, but by creating that big nonconforming use, I think what we're really struggling with is you're creating a greater nonconformity, a much greater nonconformity. And here's why. Because if you look at the purposes of the zone, and I know you saw that Mrs. DeLuca gave it to us in the write-up, that office use is meant to be supportive. And I heard Mrs. Gallo? Yeah. She was saying, look, that still supports the goal of the zone that's primarily retail because all those nice people are going to go shopping. But the folks that did our regulations, to Donald's point, they weren't thinking that 20,000, over 20,000, having that much office was supportive of the zone, and that's why it hasn't been permitted. That's why it creates a greater nonconformity, because it's a bigger, I'm struggling, because I get it. I mean, and Donald said it so well. You have a space that's been empty all this time, and help us help you.
No, I believe me, I'm trying. And what I keep coming back to is the fact that, the net effect as proposed is a better situation than existing, if only for the parking.
But you're opening a door.
Be better, but they are not.
Why don't you create 8 luxury apartments on that floor?
Sandwiched in between retail and office use in the avenue. That's.
I wish.
And next to the church hall. I mean, that's not a very.
Let me ask you a question. A couple.
Artist studio?
There's now 227 parking spots. Is that right?
No.
227 is existing parking demand.
Demand.
There's 170.
There's 170 spaces in the garage.
Oh, how much?
170 spaces in the garage. Under today's regulations, 227 parking spaces would be required. Under my change, there would be 190 required. So it would be as proposed, would be a decrease of 36 spaces.
Yeah, that's really
Is the office and retail, is it full up? The parking now?
No, there's a lot of space that's left vacant in the building, and there's a lot of space in the garage left.
From when Baker went out.
Yeah, and that's why this is actually one of the sites on the avenue which we actually have a very good parking situation. And based upon what I showed you, I actually have a mechanism by way there's checks and balances to make sure everything worked. That's what I was really, when you say, help us help you, I was really trying to give you all the tools that you need.
The argument that we should violate the regulations on the zone because there's parking would send us into a tailspin if you carried out that concept.
That's where I'm stuck to, exactly what you just said. I mean,
The last time we faced this conundrum was with a different attorney and so forth, and I know that we sent him to ZBA, and I know that he couldn't show a hardship to get the variance. I don't know what his presentation was. I don't know whether you've given that any consideration, because that's really what we are, is we're trying to do is the job that the ZBA should be doing. They make these individual kinds of decisions.
I think, I mean, what I'm submitting to you, I think, is part, is what this commission does, and it interprets regulations and applies them to the applications.
But the problem is that I think I agree with Nancy that what's happening is that we're taking out a conforming use and putting in a non-conforming use.
Right, I agree. You can't
We
do
go
that.
over the 20,000 on the lot, so the only way to get a variance of that is to do what your first application was, is to create a new zone, or create a new use within the CGBR zone for 2C.
Yeah.
In other words, if 2C use was available, then you could do this.
Yes, or if it was, as it was sort of around the time when this was approved, it was just called use, it was just called use group 2 before it was.
Yeah.
So right around the same time, there was also a breakout into A, B, and C. So that happened after us, again, so we became non-conforming, if you will, by changes of the regulations. So that's why we're trying to bring everything back together and now make it I still submit, as proposed, when you look at the numbers, and you look at the fact that we would, provide this operating garage operation plan, and certify all the numbers and everything else. The situation as proposed would be much better than
I think that's the easy
existing.
part, though, Chris, and I think that the hard part is getting over this.
How many
Warming, and I don't know how to.
buildings on the avenue do we have this issue?
Today, none.
Do we have what?
Well,
No, I mean, how many buildings are of this size where they've had to create parking other than Pickwick?
I mean, we've had those buildings on 3D6, the ones further down the avenue, where we had to provide parking as well.
Well, what are you asking? How many buildings do?
Is this this really affect?
That's the problem, is that one of the things that Chris argued and Mr. Bristol argued in one of the letters is that it doesn't really mean that today there could be lots of 20,000 square feet of office places. The issue that then everybody, we were talking to you about it yesterday at the briefing, was look at how Ralph Lauren did their building. You could just take a bunch of buildings on the avenue and connect them and make a 20,000, you could totally, I'm saying over,
there's
I know, you
there's a
keep
lot of ways to
correcting me.
amalgamate properties.
21,000.
I guess.
I think this, guys, I think the subject is all out on the table.
Yes,
I think
you're right.
everything is out on the table now.
I guess.
What I think we ought to do, what I would, does anybody from the public want to say anything?
Can I get a couple more minutes, please?
Sure.
Can I get a couple more minutes, please?
If Donald will give you a couple more minutes.
Again, I wasn't, Mr. Fox, I wasn't sure if your question was related to
Yeah,
sort
go
of the
ahead,
zone
sir.
change things, well, how many people can take it, how many properties can take advantage of this, or just how many
Today, none.
Yeah, today, I mean, probably none. But I will say this, though, is that, I think everyone recognizes that. I mean, personally, we've been involved in several applications dealing with how to treat second-floor retail. So, so we understand.
You said that, so we got worried that you had raised that. And we asked Katie to find out what the vacancy rate was.
From three real estate.
You talked to people to find out what the vacancy rate was on the second floors, and you did not get a huge amount of vacancy. Because the first time you came before us and you told us this, we were all very concerned that there was a high vacancy rate on the second floors of the avenue and that we needed to rethink the uses. So we had Katie reach out to the community and find out the vacancy rates, and she says it's not significant.
Was it for second-floor retail?
Yeah, it didn't have to do with this application, just
In general,
for the
we
record.
got concerned about the issue.
Right, I was speaking to some other property owners on Greenwich Avenue and discussing some potential change of uses on the second floor to accommodate their desire to be, have a greater range of tenants that they could try to attract. And part of their argument to me was that there's a lot of vacancies on the second floor in Greenwich Avenue. And then when I explored that a little bit more, that didn't seem to be the case.
I understand what you're saying, but I would hope everyone sees that as more conversational without us having anything to look at. But again, I think I was very clear, and I think I've made the point that under proposed conditions, I mean, I haven't heard any disagreements necessarily that at least the parking demand would be decreased. I think you've heard from a client about the positive ways having space used even for offices would benefit the area, benefit the avenue. I think, again, I've given you employee counts to make everyone comfortable with employee density, limits and parking garage spaces, and giving you a mechanism by which to check everything.
Look, you've done a good job. I don't think anybody of us would question that. I think I think the facts are on the table now. We're faced with the dilemma, which is really, it's a dilemma matched with a problem. And I don't think, I think we've got all the stuff on the table now. What I would recommend is we keep this open, and I think we've got to do some planning here, more detailed planning on what's possible, and that's part of our function anyhow. For example, Katie, you made the comment on it doesn't seem to be a problem. I think we've got to get specific on that and see if, who is on the second floor and what do they do.
I think that's the applicant's.
Pardon me?
The applicant should do it. If
Or
we
the
want
applicant could do it.
If we want that information, I think we have the right to ask the applicant to do it.
And frankly, that was a moment in time.
That's fine with me.
So,
That's fine with
who
me.
knows how.
But I think we've got to get specifics on what's happening on the second floor. And obviously, we're not talking about Saks Fifth Avenue second floor. Okay, we're talking about individual stores.
Is that more in keeping with the other application, the text change application, or is this still relevant to the site plan application that we're dealing with?
Well, I think right now,
Only because we've talked about similar information regarding the text change about properties that would, could be affected or that could take advantage of the regulation change proposed on the other application as opposed to this.
I think the only thing that was being asked for here is just a survey of the actual spaces, retail spaces on the second floor. What is the vacancy rate on the second floor retail space?
We can give you some information. I mean, we can do some due diligence and provide.
I'm not sure there's a purpose in keeping this open. If we have a reg and it doesn't permit the change, then the planning function is separate from this application. And I don't know that we do a favor to these people to leave it open. What is it we're going to?
You're asking about how much second floor retail space is not rented out, but that's not really the question, because the problem here is they've already got 19,000 square feet of office space. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
They've already got 19,000 square feet of office space that they've got rented out in this building. So they're going to 40,000 square feet of office space, and that's where we're choking.
30.
30. They're adding 9,000, sorry.
How do the fellow commissioners feel about letting them go to ZBA if they wish to?
We've done that already.
They got denied.
Oh, I thought it was under a different attorney.
It was John Tassi. We work for the same office.
No, I know you do. I thought it was Chip.
Well, Chip, I think probably had looked at this, and I'm not sure of how he positioned his application, but that was several years ago.
I think your point is well taken, but I hate, I don't feel comfortable about, I'd have to vote negative now if I were to vote.
Against the application.
Against the application.
Yes.
And I just don't feel comfortable doing that when I see it as a town problem, or maybe a town problem.
But, I mean.
And it doesn't do any, let me just finish this. Let me just finish this. And, for example, I want to know more about the parking that I'm not sure of. And it's from my viewpoint, it's easy to say, no, let's turn it down. But I don't know whether I lose by just studying it for another few weeks. I'd like to study it some more. That's all. Because I certainly can't vote yes. But how's everybody else feel? Do you feel you want to turn it down, or you want to leave it open?
I think we should ask the applicant, do you want a decision from us tonight, or do you want to think about it a while?
I guess I'd keep it open for the moment, I guess, given feedback and given how this discussion goes, I'd rather keep it going. I'll give you extension.
And see if you can come up with a way of getting our brains.
Still think you ought to look at the apartments.
What else you could do?
Maybe you can get a variance to put a
Okay, so
a penthouse
Already asked for
penthouse
public, so we're going
Well, you don't need
unless
a
anybody
variance for it.
objects, we're going to keep this open.
You don't need a variance that are moderate income unit regulations.
I didn't think about
Might help you with that.
to build new units on a new structure with units on.
Didn't we just have?
Well, they were supposed to do housing there.
Didn't we just, yeah, you're right.
Well,
Didn't we just have a application on a building down the avenue where they took over the whole second floor of the building and got rid of retail, and the person built this luxurious apartment in there?
Very specific tenant.
That was actually for a tenant, actually, I think, who was
Very specific.
is handicapped or something like that, and there was elevator access, and they took the whole floor. I remember that building. I think I looked at it.
The fact of the matter is, there's elevator access in this building, and whether you would have to create something, I don't know, but it seems to me that every square inch of Millbank Avenue is going into super luxury apartments.
Well, no, and the elder housing is a big demand.
I don't know.
I mean, it's for housing, again, for housing, if you're talking about the second floor housing there, given.
Okay. I think we've got it all on the table, and we're going to leave it open.
We'll leave it
okay?
open.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, let's go to, we go to number 10. Final coastal site plan and special permit, 28 Woodrose Way.
Good evening again, members of the commission. Tom Hegney for the applicant. This is a existing house on Windrose Way. We are proposing to demolish a significant portion of it. It's currently about 16.
Except.
Well, no, we're keeping about 2,000 square feet of the existing building.
Right.
We're going to reduce it in size from roughly 16,000 square feet to 14,000 square feet. That is still in excess of the floor area permitted in the zone, because at the time this building was constructed, there was no FAR in the 2-acre zone. We went to the Board of Appeals, and they have granted the variance to reduce the square footage by just under 2,000 square feet. We've had sign-off from the P&Z engineer to proceed to building permit. And we've retained John Roberge as our coastal engineer. And I have to say that he's been involved with this early on because this design requires that we obtain a revision of the FEMA map in order to relocate the flood zone line. Mr. Roberge has completed his wave analysis and submitted this to FEMA. We do not yet have that decision, but I have to say that having spoken to him about this, we wouldn't have gone ahead and designed this house if he didn't say, yes, FEMA's going to agree with this. But it does require that before we go for a zoning permit, that we actually have the map amended to allow for the flood zone lines to be relocated. And that's really, I think, the only issue that we have. We have an extensive landscaping plan. We meet all of the zoning regulations. I have to say that this is an unusual piece of property because it fronts on the sound, and when you walk around it, you don't see the sound, which I haven't really run across. Most of the time, people want to have those open views of the water, but this property is very closed in, and you don't really see it from the neighboring properties, and you don't see your neighbors either. So we would like approval of this so that we can proceed with the FEMA plan and then to a zoning permit.
Any comments, people?
The minor ones, and I'm sure you'll get the CEO will catch. There's a couple of points along that retaining wall on the to the neighbor to the right.
You know, I reviewed that with Mr. DeAndrea, and he would be here, but he said this plan was so simple that even an attorney could present it to you. And
Doesn't say much for you, Mr.
I know.
You found it, didn't you?
I did find it. And I said to him, what's this doing here where it says it's 5.5 feet when I have 10.4 at the bottom of the wall and 15.4 at the top of the wall? How do I get another 6 inches there? And he said, that's probably a Scribner's error and we can correct that.
Who?
A Scribner's error.
The flood lines, so. And that's where most of the fill seems to be. But
It is in those two areas, but I don't seem to have
So
that
you're-
information available.
Your idea is you're seeking an approval tonight, and zoning permit will not be issued until you get the FEMA thing?
Correct.
On that, I would say, I mean, if that approval doesn't come through, then there's a lot of revision to be done. And this is a must-open on September 3rd, so I don't see why we're in a hurry on it when there would have to be an extraordinary change made if.
How long is it before you'll hear from FEMA?
It'll be another 30 to 60 days.
Seems.
Why would we hold it open?
Because
Because
FEMA hasn't approved
if it
the
doesn't get
zone.
approved, then they have,
We will,
have the basement.
if this isn't approved by FEMA, we're going to come back with a completely different plan.
That's exactly what I
It won't
mean.
even be
My
a
concern.
minor change to this.
Okay,
It'll be a
understood.
completely different plan.
I had some concerns about, was this property flooded in Sandy?
We did ask about that, and they did get some flooding.
In the house?
No.
Not-
It came up to approximately here in Sandy, which is about the elevation 10.
I see.
So there was flooding on the property. It did not get near the house, though.
So is it the case that the topography protects the proper, I'm trying to understand why not.
This is at a very protected location.
It's the location.
So the storm surge affected the water coming into Chimney Corner Cove, and then that was what came in to this lower part
I
of the
see.
property.
And this, the fact that there's a piece that's VE 15, which is wave action, right?
Yes, and that's right at where the actual water frontage of the property is. And that's right at the end of that cove.
I'm just trying to understand the actual safety, hazard piece of what goes on here. And then the fact that in the flood zone, I think that the use of fill is very discouraged. And
It's only in the AE zone.
that you can do.
And there is no prohibition on
No, it's a
putting fill in the
discouragement. I mean,
AE zone.
The statute suggests discouragement.
I think that's more in the velocity zone areas, and as you pointed out, it's just in that westerly portion right along the water where the VE zone is located.
Okay, there are tidal wetlands.
Yes, and that's right along the shoreline here.
Okay.
That's the only place that the tidal wetlands are located.
right, and
there are
then-
no inland wetlands on this property.
All right, then, I think my last question here is, on page 590, it says, the drainage report says that the property, one of the drainage points is going to be onto the abutting property, which is undeveloped. And I, didn't understand that.
I'm not sure I do either. There's a catch basin here that picks up
Yep.
water on the easterly side, but this property is developed.
The bottom
The
line.
property to the south
Yep.
is not developed,
Exactly.
but I don't believe we have
The last sentence on page 590 says, "Drainage area 4 directs runoff over land onto the heavily vegetated undeveloped property to the south, which is owned by Meads Point Land Company," and so.
That's under the existing.
That's existing.
Those are existing conditions.
So is that changed by the, you're quite right, it is. That was really the question. Is that changed so that no longer will occur, or?
What's required as part of the town's drainage manual is that you do not increase the flow. And one of the things Mr. Marucci is very concerned about when you submit your drainage reports is that you don't shift the flow of stormwater from one section of your property to another.
Yes.
That he maintains that the flow continues as it is. And I think the conclusion of Mr. DeAndrea's
Did we get his report?
Tony's?
Yeah, that's the.
I was looking for.
No,
Scott.
DPW.
I was looking.
Yeah, it's in your folder today. The staff engineer.
It's the staff engineer that indicated forward for building permit.
Yeah, it's under the
It's a
exemption.
reduction in there's not an increase in impervious.
I've never seen this guy write a report this long.
But Mr. DeAndrea's conclusion is the proposed redevelopment will decrease the amount of impervious coverage, peak flow rates. Therefore, the design as proposed will not cause any adverse impacts to adjoining properties or to Long Island Sound. If I can speak for him, he would say this is a good plan.
We had that 2 weeks ago. He was
Yeah,
very
that Tony was
enthusiastic
telling us
about his
that.
plan.
Okay.
Next thing is just the Conservation Department had comments on the landscaping. I can't tell if she had seen your proposed landscaping, because it looks like you have some pretty significant planting.
What's the date of the drawing?
That doesn't mean that she got it, though.
I know, that's why, what's the date?
Doesn't mean they sent it to her, even if it's beforehand. June 15, and her thing is written July 31, but it doesn't mean that anybody sent it to her.
Mr. Rutherford, our landscape architect, has prepared a very extensive landscape plan that we did submit. I know there was one issue of
He's got it right there.
No, mine's different. Mine's a real landscape plan.
So it's just not as.
It's.
Yeah, that's a picture. That's nicer. I can see the trees.
I think there was one question about
Wants
this.
to keep the tea house so that to save the birch.
No, it's actually a mulberry, because I asked David
Okay.
Kramer in Mr. Rutherford's office about that, and he said,
mulberry,
we're not going to keep this tree
Okay.
regardless of where the tea house goes.
Okay, and then it looks to me, and this was, Richard was making the same comment at the briefing yesterday, looking at the landscaping, it looks like you're replacing and you're putting in a lot of planting. I mean, they say, her comment is it's taking out 36 trees.
But there's a.
But they're putting in,
Well, that's okay, you don't have to talk.
sometimes there's just.
No, the battery.
Okay, bye.
That's it.
You're done.
Nope.
There's a great deal of landscaping going on the site, and there's a great deal there now that's going to be preserved. So I'm not sure I understand the conservation comments.
Got a thought? Maybe she didn't see the landscape.
Okay. Any other questions, people?
Consider native species, okay.
Anything else?
Consider native species.
Now, do we want to leave this open for the FEMA report, or do we want to close? How does everybody
I'm
feel?
comfortable closing it and making FEMA a condion, because as he says, if FEMA doesn't approve it, he's back with a completely
We're
different design.
back with a completely different plan.
How do you feel
Can I
about
just
that?
put my 2 cents in? I'm
that's-
not comfortable with that for one reason, is that the Loma request that they're making is similar to a variance request, and we wouldn't approve any site plan subject to a variance, so why would we do the same thing in this instance?
Okay.
Well, we're not asking really for a variance.
That's a good
We have
comment.
done it previously, though.
Okay.
I mean, the worst-case scenario is the request fails and the plan comes back. I understand that, but at the same
How
time,
do you
it's
feel
sort
about
of
it?
predetermining.
It's sort of approving
fine
something subject to the approval of another agency.
Right, they should be de novo, I think, you know.
I think it's
But
okay
who
to
was
go
it?
ahead.
We did have somebody, because I remember.
And I don't agree with Pat.
You don't agree with
Because I
Pat?
remember asking
So,
one of Loma.
Margarita, how do you feel about it,
I'll
Margarita?
go with the majority. I'm like,
You go with the majority?
yeah, I don't have strong feelings about it, because I think they're gonna have to come back totally. I hear Patrick, though.
No, but I think the other thing, if we've done it before, I heard somebody, who was
Yeah.
that?
It was on Lockwood that we.
We just did it then.
But we have many we have not. With
Yeah,
deep outstanding, I've hardly known us to
This isn't deep.
How do you feel, Dick?
It's FEMA.
FEMA, whatever.
Yeah, my instinct is to go ahead. I would be comfortable if we closed it tonight. I just think it drags it out.
Well, I mean, the
They can't
bottom
go
line is
ahead.
you can't get a zoning permit anyway, so it's, you're not
not
losing
holding 'em up.
anything by holding it open, because you're not
But that's
going.
the point.
You don't get your letter out to them and all that other stuff.
One at a time, please.
No, my point is that the applicant cannot proceed to the next step anyway without the LOMA. So, I mean, they're not losing any time, so maybe it's, whatever the meeting is that we can get you on, maybe we can make an agreement that, since this seems to be the only outstanding issue, we'll get you on the very
Okay,
next
I think the
meeting.
majority, we'll keep it open then.
Except that my client may decide that with an approval by this commission and the assurances that Mr. Roberge has provided, to proceed with construction documents. Whereas if this commission is not voting on this, they would hold up proceeding to develop construction documents, because this is a significant development that requires a lot more.
Why would he proceed with construction documents without FEMA approval?
Because of the report and opinion of John Roberge as the coastal engineer.
Yeah, but that's what they gotta rely on.
Yeah, they do.
That's the choice they're making us with.
What's the
that.
timing on the FEMA?
30 to 60 days.
Well, let's see now. This, go ahead.
That doesn't change my opinion. I would be willing to close it tonight and decide on it. And if they want to spend their money, they spend their money.
Okay, you feel
Because
that way.
I think we're covered because there's no way they can get the zoning permit
That's
without
true.
having FEMA.
Margarita,
If
what's
they
your
wanna-
opinion?
I'm
We need a
okay
vote
with
from
money.
you. What?
All right with closing it.
You what?
I'm okay with closing it.
You're okay with closing? You're okay with
I'm
closing?
okay with closing.
I'm okay with closing.
Nance,
Want
not
to
you?
switch? Stay.
I just don't think it's smart to do that.
Okay, this is 4-1. So we'll close, subject to da-da-da-da-da.
Well, here's
Thank you,
the
Mr. Chairman.
thing. Oh, we don't tend to get any more information.
Okay, thank you. Okay, guys, we're complete, I think.
We have the discussion item.
Which one?
The fellows here on,
We told them not to come.
You can keep it.
Which
Tell
one?
it to make sure that conservation
51 Church
sees it.
Street.
You want to do that?
Oh, I thought. He didn't like our decision yesterday at the briefing?
No, I think he wants to chat a little bit about it.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
Good evening.
What's your name?
My name is John Newman, and I'm here in regards to the parking at 51 Church Street. I have a few pictures. There is a tree that's been there for many years, I would say maybe about 80 years, and unfortunately hasn't been doing too well. There's a small patch of grass in the space at 51 Church Street. Years ago, I mean, it's in the historic district, originally was a residence, of course, and there's a small accessory building in the back that we call the carriage house, which the main part of the property, which used to be a residence, is now an office. The back area is a small apartment, and there's this tree, which is a beautiful tree. Unfortunately, more recently, is pretty much at the end of its life, which is right in the middle of the parking lot. So the parking lot was designed with the tree in mind, and there's a patch of grass where the tree stands now. Ultimately, so Church Street, I know you're all familiar with Church Street, one of the issues that we have is it can be quite dangerous pulling out into traffic. It's a street where people go very fast. You have two-way traffic when really it should be, I mean, it seems like it would be a one-way almost, and people park on both sides, so you can't even really see very well when you pull into traffic. One thing that would be helpful, now that the tree has lived its life, is really taking that one patch of grass and making that parking. I'm under the understanding, because I went through the construction and many things with the Historic Commission and everything else, that 40% needs to be green. It is a small patch of grass, and if there was somewhere else on the property where that could be grass, I'd be more than willing to make that grass. Unfortunately, there's really nowhere on that property to make it work. And that's pretty much what we're looking at. When I did the construction, the small accessory building, which is in the rear, I did add a patch of grass because one part, which I have a few pictures so you can see it, which I have some additional pictures I can show you as well. I did add a nice patch of grass to an area where there was a garage prior, which wasn't something that I needed to do other than I thought it would be a good idea to add some grass. I'm all for grass. I'm all for trees. This tree happens to sit directly in the middle of the parking lot. That's pretty much what we're looking at.
The plan that you're looking at there that I passed, one is the as-built plan, and the black one is was the approved plan, and you can see when you compare the two that the area of green gets extended straight down, and that's to Mr. Newman's point that he did voluntarily add a little bit more green space onto that plan. It's not the same amount that would be to completely offset, obviously, taking away the tree and making that parking, but I just wanted to indicate the area that he's referring to.
Why don't we replace the tree and set it back a little bit so it doesn't protrude as much into the parking lot?
I'd be happy to do that. I'd be happy to do it. And if I can do that, I would be happy to do that. What I'd like to do is be able to take that patch of grass, and really, the grass doesn't bother me really at all. It's just a matter because it's in the middle of the parking area. Most of the time, the parking area isn't completely full anyway. But what it would allow us to do, I almost had, and I'll show you a couple of pictures, a few cars back into the carriage house trying to make a U-turn. Now, remember, we also are dealing with a winter like last winter, and there was nowhere to put the snow, too. That patch in the middle, it's very difficult to plow it. So what I did every time it snowed pretty heavily last year is they had to cart the snow away because basically there was nowhere to turn. You had nowhere to turn around because they can't really even find a space for the snow.
What pictures do you want to show us?
I have a few pictures that I took here. There's a few pictures here. This is a picture just before. That was the garage area of the accessory building, which it's hard to see the accessory building. This is the building that was there before.
John, would you mind just taking the mic as we're recording?
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not used to this. So.
Sorry. And you can talk, you can, move up there, but you had the mic since we're recording. Thank you.
Okay. Once I have the mic in my hand, I'm a little bit dangerous, but...
Just as long as you don't hit us.
Right, no, I meant singing or anything else. Not that I'm a good singer, but...
You could sing, just don't hit us.
Okay, no, that I won't do. So that's the building that's in the rear now, which is the carriage house. And this is the patch of grass that was added to the rear. And you can see there's also a stone bench that I put there with a couple of warnings because people had a tendency to hit the house. I was almost afraid somebody was going to go through the carriage house.
So do you, right?
Okey doke.
Do you think, John, if you did what Mr. Fox was saying here, if you moved the tree closer to the property line, so like a new tree, so if you had a new tree back here, is that what you were suggesting, and then this space would kind of protrude out a little bit as a new parking space, would that be feasible, do you think?
Or cut the circle back in line with the parking so it doesn't stick into the middle of the park.
I mean, then presumably that's going to make that 60/40 ratio go off, though. So, I mean, that's something the commission would have to make the finding that the coverage could be waived on, because you have the HO, so the commission does have the authority to do that.
But the only problem with moving that planting back further from that one photograph, it looks like there's some screening planting already along the property line.
Yeah,
but I
that's
don't know
It's a
how.
little crowded there is what I was going to say.
Yeah, there's evergreen trees there
There's
now.
quite a few trees in that area.
Well, we're not moving the tree, that's for sure.
No, new tree.
Adding the new tree.
So it would have to be,
And then cut the nose back to where the
yeah, I
current
mean,
tree is.
I think it's, the most you're going to be able to do is relocate it, try to get it as much out of the root pattern of that old tree as possible, but
Yeah.
you're not going to go to the property line.
It's very tough. I don't know if any of you are familiar with that property, but,
Very.
okay. I really was very careful in what I was doing and trying to keep that, especially with the other 3 buildings next to it, which aren't so attractive. I was really trying to keep that not only.
I think we're ready for a decision. Anybody want to make a comment? Any comments?
Well, I know, I think the decision is simply that he would relocate, he'd put in a new tree. What size tree are we going to get?
Well,
We lost, this was so how big are you going to plant?
as far as the tree.
Yeah.
If you mean in the same location?
No, we don't want it
If I
there
move it back?
Yeah. how big?
That would depend. I would try not to, it is very tight on that back area, so it depends how far back. Now, if there's still a space sticking out, that could also be a bit tricky. Again, just with the snow, a lot of people didn't even know that existed in the middle.
But you can put up a vertical barrier. I mean, I do that at my house. You have to do that in the snow.
You could, but you have to remember, and believe me, I tried everything, because what was happening is people were going over the curb, not realizing and damaging their automobiles, is that the snow is sometimes so high on one side that you don't even see the barrier. The snow was more than you can even,
Yeah, we live here.
How many people are
but it's
coming and going back here?
not a lot. There's there's not a lot of cars, but anybody that does come into the parking area, it's very difficult to turn. And if you get somebody doesn't have the best eyesight, or somebody who's a bit senior or anything else, it can be challenging. And so they try to turn. Sometimes
Understood. What would you like to do?
We got away from tree size.
No, and I'll tell you what I'd like to do. I'd like to make it just pavement, flat. I'd be happy to plant something else. What's that? No, I would be happy to plant something else, but I think anything sticking off, because the other area.
You're going to plant something else.
See, the problem is
Can we
what
leave-
gave,
Can we leave this in your hands
no, the
on
problem is
approval of the location?
No, but this, I want to know about this, I don't want a 4-inch tree in here, because this was.
That's why I'm leaving.
we approved this whole layout for you based
This
on
was a
the tree
30-inch oak or
getting
something like
saved.
that.
And we went to all this trouble to save this tree when this first got approved. So now we're like, okay.
Ultimately, I would love, that tree, to me, was very special. I would love it if that tree were fine. It lived basically its life.
Leave this in the hands of staff, or to approve
No, 'cause it's
the size and the location of the tree.
Size, I mean, I think we need to say size so that she's not left.
Well, but,
That's all. I don't think we.
Well, Bruce Spayman we can use Bruce Spayman in that regard also.
I'd be happy to work with you on
I
that.
don't want to get a 4-inch tree in here. I mean,
I wouldn't get a 4-inch. The one thing is, it would have to be to scale.
18-inch, 12?
I'd be happy to take the lead on it. I wouldn't plant something that's not to scale. I'm very up. I mean,
We need to set a parameter for you. That's just.
I'd be happy to. The one thing is, if I move that tree back, what I don't want to do is make it too crowded in that one area, because there are trees there.
Put in too big a tree, it's not going to, may not.
Planning to look over where it's the site and what have you.
18
No,
inches?
a caliper is.
No, the
Four-inch,
diameter, a
that's-
diameter of a circle. That's what the,
4-inch.
I use, that's normally,
Caliper is straight across.
Straight across.
it's called the diameter of a circle.
No, it's the,
I said 12 inches.
You want to spend next half hour deciding?
I know.
You want to spend next half hour deciding the size of the
Down, I
tree and the
just don't want a
location?
4-inch tree, that's all.
We can leave it in planning department. to approve the location.
So
and the
you're,
size.
are you agreeing, what are are you saying, that that whole space can be in line?
We want you to
The question is, let's draw it. We've got.
I would be happy to make
So
sure it's.
can he cut all of this off then, or what are
No,
you
because
suggesting?
the tree, if it goes
Can't
back
go-
here,
can't
it's
go back.
into the planting.
in
The
those
tree's going to have to be in here somewhere.
Which gives them a little more maneuvering
So what he
space.
can do, then he can round that off or do whatever he wants to do there if that eases his life and all of it.
Right, so you're not suggesting so you're not going to allow him to make this.
I don't think
Allow
it's
him to
gonna
cut
work.
it back.
I mean,
Is that what you're
Well,
understanding?
yeah, I don't know if I would do that because the entire driveway was recently redone, and then the entire driveway basically has to be redone. There's a,
So then,
the
fine, leave
roots-
it the way it is.
well, the problem is, they said the roots are so deep. It's not that I wouldn't want to do it. I've had people take a look, and they said if you plant by where the location is, you have to dig the roots out, which
But I'm
is.
going away from, the location's right here. That's why I moved it back here.
But even, they said if you move, because if you try to plant something in there, from what I'm told, you have, I mean, we can certainly consult with somebody, but I did consult with quite a few
We can't
people.
go with them.
We can't go
pick out
back
the
here because the
exact site
Cultecs are
and-
here.
The other thing is,
That's not the issue.
here's what if I did something along the lines of, there are currently trees here.
Mm-hmm.
If I replaced the tree with a nice, larger size tree on the grass and tried to keep this in line, just,
You're gonna get
My
into your
guess is,
landscape.
that if you try to pave to that line, if that's your goal to pave that line, I don't think you're going to get much of a tree. I don't think it's tight.
What's happening in the front? Could you do a tree here?
there is a nice tree. There is a nice tree in the front. There's a very nice tree in the front. Also, I did do a lot of planting in the back, without it looking too crowded back there. And believe me, my goal is to make the property look as,
No, it does look really nice.
I mean, I really worked hard on it indirectly, so I'm not trying to be difficult about it, but I have consulted with people on it.
I think
Well,
that you have to try to put a tree in there and you can reduce the
What did they tell you it
the
was gonna
size
be
of
to
that
grind
screen
the
area.
roots?
Is that a parking space?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Yeah,
think
well, that
no,
is,
that's
yeah.
what I took out of my.
The problem isn't as much, they can
Why don't
grind,
you take this
And put it over
space
here.
and put it over here, so the green space takes the same amount?
this is the entry currently into this door. This is a very small,
Right, and we're trying to make the.
Small
green-
area.
You lost a tree, and now you're trying to put back something small and lose the green area. I'm suggesting relocate the green area either here or there, and put.
it's a very small,
It
Can't go there.
exists.
if I eliminate, believe me, I would be happy to add green area anywhere I could on this property. Exactly.
All I'm saying is suggest, since the tree's not there, move the green area to one end or the other of the parking lot and keep your
Well,
three spaces.
You can't, because this is already green at this end of the parking lot,
Right. but-
and that end isn't going to go, you've got
Yeah.
his condensers
but
and
I'm
stuff.
saying-
You've got a handicap space here, so he's saying, take this parking space here, make it the
Yeah.
green area, and put the parking space here, so you've
Oh.
got 1, 2,
Yeah.
3
Right.
parking spaces, and
Which
then the
is a
green
good
space
idea.
here.
It's a very good idea.
Well,
No, he's trying to get 4
He
spaces.
wants to get 4.
well, I would like to get, if I could, that,
You're
it
just
seems like it makes sense. But if I added green space here,
Yeah.
Then he'd have conforming parking. Remember, as I remember, then he gets conforming
No,
parking.
well, one's handicapped, so he's got
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spaces. He would not gain a space
But he was
if you took the
thinking he
green
could-
from here and put it here.
Right,
You want to keep the handicap there because it's closer to the building.
right.
But you do have other trees back here, so maybe the loss of that will allow these trees to fill in, and will look fine.
I think it ultimately, at the end of the day, if it's too much, I guess I would just leave
In order
it
to-
without a tree, but
In order to save this tree, we agreed to non-conforming parking.
Yeah, I think we
Correct.
did.
That's how it
We
went.
made a big deal in our decision
Right.
about
Yes.
keeping that tree.
And the-
So
and the tr-
now the tree's gone,
right.
so one of the choices is he can have conforming parking. We were only trying to save the tree. The tree's gone, so should we just let him go to conforming parking?
But
But
now
you're
not
saying your
conforming
parking's-
on green space.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
You could waive,
It's
that
an
was the
HO.
thing, because it's an HO, let's not forget that he did rezone the whole property, so under that, there's the option for the coverage. So assuming that there wasn't the tree there, that would have been something that the commission reviewed at that time, to have the conforming spaces.
Ultimately, I wish the tree was just fine.
Just tell them,
Tell them what?
somebody, make a decision, just like so we can.
I already made a decision, but people didn't like it.
I liked it fine. You say push the tree back, and you just say, and you liked
But-
it, okay, right?
What's that?
But if you,
Just push the tree back, put the new one in first.
You know, ultimately, if I'm going to go through the effort, it just seems like it's an office space now. And again, I want it to look great. It just seems like and I don't mean this the wrong way, it's common sense. It just seems like without anything sticking out here, somebody can make the more space they have here, without this extra green area, it's just a heck of a lot safer pulling onto.
You want the 4 parking spaces.
I think it makes, it's not, and you can come to the lot any day you want. We don't have the cars filled up in that lot. Ultimately, it just seems like it makes sense. People can turn around. Church Street is extremely dangerous when you pull out.
Right.
I mean, extremely. People fly from both directions.
Yeah, but
It's just a matter of time.
These 3 that are causing your problem they're not going to change. These people back here can always maneuver and drive out.
Very difficult, because these people they pull in, so they always have to maneuver in order to come back out this way. They're always facing.
Those are your 3 places that people would probably try to back on onto Church Street.
Well, not only that, but when they pull into here or into these spots here, there's 2 spots here, they back up
Yeah.
and have a very difficult time. There's not a lot of room here to back up. So what happens if you look at my pictures, I put warnings here, where I put some stones here, where you first hit the stones, then you hit the stone bench, then you hit boxwoods, and then you're through the house. But it happens all the time, and that's why it's there. Sooner or later.
It can't be, honestly, all the time, because you have a small place there. And you're describing it as though it was like some major thoroughfare at the back there.
I take back all the time. I'm saying that.
He gets frustrated.
Yeah, what I'm saying is it's happened quite a few times. It's definitely more than 3 times.
Put up verticals, we all do it. I mean, I have a fence in front of my house, it's always getting bashed over. Well, what can you do?
Yeah, a fence in front of a window. This is a window here, which is fairly low on the carriage house. That's why I put the stone bench. I try to think creatively with it and make it nice. The greenwood, the boxwoods, and then I put a nice stone, part of the driveway here, so you have a warning on your tires so you can hear it. But still, it's happened.
So Richard, what do you want to do? I think you should stick to your guns.
I mean,
There was a big old tree there, so.
No, I know, and it was very important to the approval of this project.
Yeah, I
That was
remember that.
maintaining the tree was
Believe me,
critical.
I did whatever I could to keep that tree going.
All such old farts, we were all here, most of us were here.
And if you see the property, I've done nothing with that property other than make that property. People come all the time,
See,
and
I'm reluctant to get rid of the tree, give you back space, and you're not, and we're losing green space. We've already lost the tree.
well, the tree is gone.
Okay.
There's a small strip of green space, and I did add some green space. It's not quite the same amount, but it's not too far off as far as the green space I added already here, which wasn't something that was required.
Okay, so,
Well,
look,
the numbers I see here, it's kind of hard to read it,
Hey,
but you're
guys,
already up to
We've now
64%
spent more time on
coverage.
this thing than we spent
Move the
on
green space
every
so
other
it's not
project
diminished.
tonight.
Put a
Let's make
tree
a
in there
decision.
and pick a size, Richard.
Okay,
No,
Nancy,
the fact is, I'm willing to make a decision, but he
just-
wants to, he wants to.
wants
give-
to-
okay, but he doesn't get to make the decision.
Yeah, and you
We
can't-
make the decision.
And you
so
can't
just-
really make the decision in the discussion mode. So the decision that you have to make, and I think you've said this yesterday, if Mr. Newman would agree to be just switching the location, so to speak, of the green space, then that could be handled administratively,
That's
is what
fine.
I understood.
But that
However,
doesn't
if you-
increase
right,
parking.
If he wants to pursue the route of going to the 4 parking spaces, that sounds like something that would be entertained. But in order to do that, a site plan has to be submitted, because you need to make the finding under the HO regarding the
think so.
coverage.
The
So you
green
can't do
space-
that in a decision.
Holy
I don't think
smoke.
in
the
a
green
discussion
space should be
mode.
reduced.
Well, yeah, at the end of the day, if you really feel like it makes sense to keep the green space, I mean, look, I just, ultimately, I would like it if it were safer for people to be able to turn around. It's a very tight space. It makes total sense. I mean, it's a matter of,
Do you want to relocate the green space or keep it where it is and put the tree in there? Because I think we're not going to go to 4 spaces, so you decide whether you want to relocate the green space back in here, or the parking back here, and then this goes to green space, or this stays as green space and we get a decent tree.
I'm listening, but I'm getting up for a second.
okay, I'm not sure.
Okay,
I-
well, those are your choices, and we'll let you work with staff.
Administratively, so you wouldn't have to.
You don't have to come back to us, you work it out with Katie, that's the choice.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think you got good.
Let's
feedback
go.
on it, Yeah.
Enough. Okay.
Come on, Margarita, we're making decisions.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the first thing we're going to do is vote on the minutes. The minutes of July 21st.
Okay, so I guess
July 21st, I
I'll call you
make a
tomorrow.
motion to
Hey,
approve.
Yeah,
Andy.
I'll write it down, so,
Andy.
yeah.
I'm making a motion to approve the minutes of July 21st.
Hey, go ahead, July
Peter
21st.
Levy seconded.
Second.
Who made the motion?
I did.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay. Number one, Housing Authority.
All right.
That's number three.
I would move the approval of the Housing Authority with the following conditions. That the architectural drawings that were submitted somehow in error, and that what we are approving is what was built under the, they don't have a date on these plans, but it was,
Here, Richard, I
Yeah.
wrote it down. It was permit 5-4032.
damn.
Date.
It was a 2004 plan approved in 2005, and that's the number. It's the site
Perfect.
plan. Is that what you wanted?
Yep, that's it, because that's what they said they're going to build, and that was the one that they gave us. If you need to
Oh,
reference
yeah.
anything else,
And the drawing was June 17, 2004.
how do you get a date on the drawings?
Because she's got a magnifying glass.
Because you read it, no, you read it earlier.
That was an incredible situation. I don't think I've ever seen a situation like that.
No, the 6/17/04 was Larry Bradley that signed off on that, but that's not the date on the drawings. But anyway, whatever it is.
I just say
this set of
2004.
drawings. Okay.
2004.
So that takes care of the architectural part of it. The lot coverage seems to be compliant, and the building coverage is compliant. The number of parking spaces is compliant.
It
Now,
has to have an easement, a
the
cross
easements-
easement. Hasn't been done yet.
you're stepping on my lines.
Hey, you don't say that to, we're not correct you.
The words were almost out of my mouth. Anyway. So, obviously, cross easements. Oh, well, yeah, and then they will need to get a permit for the new deck they want to install.
Right.
A permit for what?
They want to put a deck in the front that
The
they can
deck,
have
yeah.
some stairs on to walk up. So
Right.
That's it.
Okay. Second, anybody?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Okay. Let's see now. 596365 East Putnam.
Okay. I do think the drawing that we saw tonight does resolve one of the major issues that we were told at the briefing anyway, that Scott Marucci had a problem with. And that was the ability to have the easement for the truck going in and not crossing parking spaces, number one. And number two, not reducing the width of the connection between the parking lot for 65 and the parking lot for 5963. So he maintained 20 feet between the one edge of the parking, both corners of the parking stalls, and that's compliant with our regulations. So that's on the drawing that he showed tonight, because he was going to rotate either 21 or 22 and make it parallel to the 21 or 22, whichever one, making the two paces parallel, and therefore the extra space in there he could put into the driveway.
Okay.
So that was that. Number two, they agreed to put the sidewalk across 61, 67, or it's 5963, I don't know, it's several different
It's
addresses.
65 is the street address.
Okay. No, 65 is the where they're going to put the restaurant, isn't it?
No.
65 is the one to the east.
Stores are.
Okay, 65. They're going to put the sidewalk across the front of that. And I think he said he would put it in similar to the sidewalk that he's putting in front of 5963. And that would be retaining, they've got a little grass strip in there on the new building on 5963. And they agreed to put that in as concrete. Okay. And I think also that there was something Andy had asked for about showing the tents or something on the drawings,
Yeah,
and I don't know what that is.
The things at the front of the grocery store or whatever,
Yeah. Oh, those, they have the plants out there on display, but is that what it's not a tent, is it?
No, they do have like a tent enclosure sort of thing. It's a real structure, but it's
Okay, well, it ought to be shown.
yeah.
Okay. Whatever it is.
It's a display area, and it's covered?
Whatever it is, I just think it ought to be shown. I think Andy's point is ought to be.
Is that permitted?
And that's the other thing too, is they should be showing on the plan what the building permit allows them to have, not what they do have. Because whatever the CO says they're permitted is what they
That's
should be showing.
fine.
And they should remove.
That's a good, yeah, remove anything else.
Okay.
Good enough. No, I'm not done yet. It's, they agreed to no food preparation in the basement. They agreed to put some trees in that little triangular piece at the back of the parking lot, which is at 65.
I thought he didn't agree to do
No, he
that.
did.
He did agree. He said he would do that.
I thought he said he
It's a
didn't know,
green
he didn't know
space.
if there was enough space to do anything back there.
No.
Well, it's, if you look, I'll show you if you want to see it, but it's a pretty big area.
Yep.
It's big enough to get a tree.
I think they did agree in the end.
I think so.
Yeah. And the only other thing that came up is just to make sure that there's only one thing I think that's going to generate noise out there, but just comply with the noise standards.
Yep.
It's the emergency generator, the condensing units are up on the roof.
That's a good comment. That's a good comment, Ed.
A lease for 2 parking spaces?
Yeah, well, they have to work that lease out between the two.
But
And,
they need to have it.
What do you
Yeah.
think about a note regarding the business that Mrs. Albin raised with the delivery vehicle? So just explaining the route that would
I
take,
think
so
it's
we don't end
probably,
up
you're
with
right, it's probably worth putting something
the
in there.
truck backing in there or going
Yeah.
down the wrong way.
And here's, I think what I would say to you is, let's put something in there that when some commission in the future runs into a big problem on Salem, they know what we asked and what we were thinking. And that basically, what they said is that delivery vehicles are not gonna use Salem, right?
They're not going to be big.
They're not gonna be big and they're
but when you
not
say
in-
delivery, I mean, I can imagine garbage trucks and things coming, maybe going down Salem.
Yeah, but a garbage truck would anyway.
Well, it was
The
phrased in
one-way
it was, the question was
loading
asked,
dock.
the loading dock. So
It's
you can
relative
tie
to
it
the
back
loading dock.
All right, so
Yeah.
using the loading dock, so key that in and that,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
good
And
enough.
just as long as somebody 10 years from now knows
Right.
that we weren't anticipating,
All right, so our legacy is set.
And the hours?
Do I have a second?
Yes,
The
I'll
hours
second.
are in our report, and the deliveries were to be before and after hours.
Well, okay.
And presumably, any change in the configuration of the square footage of each of the specific uses, the storage, the restaurant, the retail.
Well, I think that ought to
that's
be a
given.
whereas clause anyhow. That's sort of a given, isn't it? I
Yeah,
mean, that
it's
should
just-
just,
Right, but on
okay.
this particular instance.
You can add that.
Yeah.
And the merger deed and the change in the lot line still have not been done, but they must be done before the zoning permit.
And as to the DOT.
But he agreed to do it before the plan comes in for signature.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Anything else?
The state
Okay.
DOT permit.
Second,
Then the state DOT
Second.
permit.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And-
Okay.
And I
We
think
skip,
Richard opened with.
we skip 599 West Putnam,
About the drainage.
and we go to Brookside.
Just make sure that whereas the applicant said.
Brookside.
Hold on, 2 seconds, hold on. Whereas just like Richard said, whereas the applicant stated the 6 inches and no weep holes and all of that.
Right, okay,
Let's just make sure, because there's a concern about water.
yeah.
Let's go to Brookside.
It said, we rely so much on the decision letters now.
Well, we shouldn't, we should, oh, well, okay. Brookside.
It's a record.
No, I know, but I'm just saying a lot of these things are notes on drawings, so, anyway. 52 Brookside. Okay, I would, I would move the approval on this one. I think that I think that the things have been answered that we asked before. In other words, the CEO's opined on the bedrooms. He's opined on the matter of the carport being a carport. The only thing that have been added is the lattice work. And the ARC had comments, and I think that we should make sure that they return to ARC and if they can do it electronically, that's all, however they have to do it, but I think obviously we need an approval from ARC before we do the zoning permit.
Right, and the applicant had represented that if he starts it electronically and it doesn't go well, that he understands he
He's
needs to
going to
go
go
back
back.
to the full meeting.
Right, well, we've got to have their approval on,
Okay.
but the ARC had approved the landscaping, so that's one thing they don't have to
Is there a
do.
concern about access to the roof?
Well, the landscaping may change now that the building has changed with the lattice and whatever, I mean.
Well, okay,
That's up to the ARC, yes.
I mean, he said he'd put in a pull-down stair, Peter?
He
Yeah.
said if he may have to, that's, I think, going to be a building department.
yeah, I think if the building department has it, that he will provide, he'll provide adequate access to the roof for servicing the
Sure.
condensing units, let's put
Good.
it that way. And
Okay, second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
I don't want to,
Okay,
I didn't
200
want to vote
Greenwich.
tonight, so I'm a nay.
200 Greenwich is
Oh,
open.
Just a second, there's a nay on the vote.
What's that?
I'm a nay because I
She
wanted to
didn't-
wait for ARC.
Okay.
I just, I think we changed it
Okay,
enough. that
then the
that's
vote is
okay.
4-1. Next, final one is 28 Windrose.
Well, I think there's probably some differences of opinion on this one. I'm comfortable with it. So let me make the motion and see if we get out of vote on it.
You want to just talk about it real quick?
Well, sure, we can, but I
Let's
think,
just talk about it real quick. Nancy, how are you feeling about going ahead with it? You had concerns about it not being smart. One of the things we could do is, they're probably not going to get much done in the next 30 days. The compromise is, since we've closed it, we could wait.
Not without
Till-
an extension. Well, I mean, you have 65 days, I suppose.
Yeah, we could wait till the 1st of September to vote it.
Well, what do you want to do that for? You made a decision already
And, you know,
to do it subject to, so why go back on it now?
and the other thing is the record's closed, so whatever happens.
You couldn't tell us if
Post this
FEMA, whatever
moment.
FEMA
No.
says, we wouldn't know.
No, the record's technically closed.
Okay, all right, okay, so there's no solution. Okay,
mean,
I was
if you
just
were
trying
gonna
to.
go that route, you should have kept it
Yeah,
open.
yeah, no,
So
I
we-
just
yeah.
felt bad that, Nancy had some concerns and we didn't really hear her out.
Okay, what are the conditions? You got the.
okay, well, we're done with the discussion?
Yeah,
Go
FEMA.
ahead.
All right, I would move the approval of the final site plan and special permit with the condition that no zoning permit be issued until we get the FEMA approval of the relocation of the line. And I think that's it, because
Well, I think that the way the applicant represented it is if he doesn't get that, this plan
Right.
is
right,
done, and so it would be
no, I understand.
rescinded. So as
Right.
opposed to, no zoning.
If he doesn't get it, he's got a new application.
Yeah. Well, he
No, but
does,
what
I
I'm
mean,
saying is that, what is wrong with saying that he's got to have the FEMA decision before a zoning permit?
Nothing. Nothing.
I thought you were saying that you
Right,
didn't like
and, well, I
that.
think it's, you should say, and also that the applicant represented that without that, he understands the plan is a no-go, period. As opposed to just about the zoning permit, it's just period, like, in other words, that he understands he has to come back to the commission for a coastal site plan.
Okay,
And it has to be an affirmative decision, not any decision. I mean, you know what I mean?
Right.
No, those are the words that matter.
No, and he'd go build it? That'd be quite a risk.
Okay, I think
Say
we're done.
what?
You want the wall heights and the cut and fill corrected?
Yeah, I was going to get to that, but,
And last thing on this one is native species.
Oh, we did vote.
That
Didn't
the
we vote?
applicant consider native
we haven't voted
Okay,
yet. Just,
uh,
we're still making some conditions. Just
What's
bear-
besides
just a couple
FEMA?
more.
And anything else you guys can think of on the landscaping, but I think, there's lots of.
I think I think,
Plus, it's not like anybody's gonna drive by it.
I think Mrs. Mock needs to occasionally, or Ms. Mock needs to occasionally look at the landscape drawings up to date, so.
Okay, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Come on.
Opposed.
Jump on, oh.
And I'm opposed for the reason that I think it is incautious to approve, not because I think the substance of the application is in any way negative.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I didn't, chalk that
Okay.
out with you before we closed it, because I hear you. And I